Hello and welcome to episode 205 of The Imperial Truth. I'm Greg. Joining me, as usual, is Mr. Howard. Hello, Howard.
Hello, Greg. You all right?
Yeah, not bad. You?
Yeah, pretty good, actually, after coming... It seems like I say this every month, but coming out the other side of another round of sickness, but there is now a window of health and fitness on our side of the
Yeah.
on our side of the recording. So apologies that that delay is due to me and
Well, no,
the
well,
ever
not just
rampant
that.
Nurgler. There was a
Yeah.
low point when both my wife and my eldest son had been quite violently ill over the evening, and I went down to then go and enjoy the rest of my dinner. And as I was sat there, a very large, slow, lazy fly was buzzing around, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I've read this scene in a Black Library book. This is a bit too representative here of all of that. But anyway, we're through that now. That's behind us. How are you doing? What's been going on with you?
Well, busy. I was literally thinking today, actually. I was like, oh, I need to try and get some paint. Oh, I can't do that. Oh, I'm busy tomorrow night. Oh, I was busy Tuesday. I was busy Wednesday night. I was busy tonight recording. I'm busy tomorrow night, and then it's the weekend. It's like, oh, what have we got? I'm out that day, and Emma's out. It's like it's just a bit like where's the week goes,
Yeah.
kind of thing. The health, well, as healthy as I ever am, but as fit as I ever am, fit and healthy. So I can't moan too much on that front. Just trying to organise myself and fit it all in is not easy for someone like me, particularly. So yeah, who knows? I'm doing all right. Lots of life stuff going, kind of floating around as usual. But I don't think that ever fades, really, does it?
That's where we are, isn't it? It's where we are.
Indeed. Got various cats making noises you may pick up on. One or other of the cats making strange noises. It's all good. Anyway, before we go too far, Element Games. In fact, I'm going to do the whole gamut on this. We rarely do it at the start of the show.
Ooh.
Element Games sponsor us very kindly. Have done for I don't know how many years now, 7 or 8 years.
Oh, I thought it was longer. I thought it was long. You were one of the longest running, I believe, of their.
I am one of
sponsorships.
the longer running ones. I mean, 7 or 8 years is quite a long time in podcasting. To be fair, I try to remember where they came on. Maybe it's 8 or 9 years, but either way, I've been using them for longer than that. I know you use them a lot as well. They are. I think that's just like there's lots of good stores out there, and we're not trying to say that there's no store that's anywhere near better than them, but they are really good. If there are issues, they sort them out. Their prices are extremely competitive. Their postage is quick, and they stock pretty much anything you want. And that's basically what I want from a store. So, and they do lots of other good stuff as well around that. They've now got a new place opening, haven't they? Birmingham?
They have. No, that is on the way. Wasn't it Glasgow?
Glasgow, that's the one as well. So yeah, and they're expanding. They must be doing something right. Like they're in Nottingham, London. I know the manager. I've yet to meet him in there, but I know the manager of the London store. You've met him, chatted to him.
Yeah, he's a really good guy. He's really sharp. But yeah,
Maybe it's not the same guy.
I've been a loyal customer of a local store here in London since that for about it'll be nearly 10 years. It is 10 years next year. But as much as they have done their best with a bunch of things, Element appearing in London and generally their consistency, their clarity, and what they seem to be doing is making that compelling. There's a couple of times that unfortunately my usual has let me down over a couple of things. They're a slightly more chaotic outfit. It's no criticism. Business is hard, and particularly with this, and particularly in the way that they're conducting themselves, sort of their focus is on other things. When that's happened, gone over to Element. I've often had them there as well, and it's kind of like night and day. It's there. I know when it's there. I know how it operates. The website was slick. Do this. I know I can always go to the store. The store has got absolutely everything over hobby-wise. That's an incredibly useful thing in London in particular. All of their stores seem to be good. I think I think it's a really slick operation.
Yeah, I think the key there, right, is the consistency.
Yeah.
Because there are lots of good shops doing lots, and some are consistent. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to denigrate. Although someone did say, "Oh, I've had an issue with this shop. Are they going to do this?" And I was like, Let me tell you about some stuff that happened with that shop. It was a long time ago, so it could have changed. But either way, Element are doing really good stuff. They're consistent. They're supportive. They're linked in with Artis Opus as well. Byron running all that, which you can have your views on that, but they do some good stuff. High end, absolutely. Also, then involved with Cult of Paint's paint set, which fingers crossed might be able to get some hands on some of that soon. There's lots of good stuff. So that's us blowing smoke up their rear, which we are paid to do. Not paid a lot.
We're not unbiased, but
not paid a lot.
But regardless, that's my genuine opinion, as people often promise with the.
Trust me, someone could come in and blow them out of the water very easily, if you want.
Good luck to them, but yeah,
absolutely. Come in. I meant sponsoring the show. Like,
Oh, I see. I thought you meant as a business.
Counter offers could easily come in. We're not making millions off of it. So yeah, and to support us, you could use the link to purchase your Element Game stuff, and specifically your Artis Opus stuff as well. And some of you guys do that, guys and girls do that, and it's absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much. This show doesn't make any money. It barely covers the costs at the moment, which is fine. It is what it is, and it all helps out. And then we also appreciate if you send us your codes. So I'm going to move on for this because this is wordy, us talking about giving us money.
I'm not mistaken. You're not in it for making it a career. However,
I'd love to.
It's nice to cover it.
I don't think I'm good enough.
It's a different. Yeah, that's a whole other mindset I think needed for that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big time.
Changes the nature of the beast.
A whole nother personality, I think, as well. But yeah. So yeah, you can find in the show notes the links for that and for our crystal codes, and we are truly appreciative of anyone who uses them. Yeah, I have a few times looked for. I know some particularly American people have said we can't buy from Element. How can we buy from you? How can we support you in that? I haven't got an American link for anyone. If anyone knows of a store or something like that and wants to get in contact with us, I had a brief look into it at some point. I know some amazing stores out there, but I don't know them as well personally. But yeah, feel free to get in contact with us on that front. In terms of following on from that, should I say, what else do we have? We have a link to the Warhammer merch store, and I won't really cover it in the news, but they've got a lot of stuff going on there at the moment, haven't they?
Banners. That is the thing that does really look really quite good, and I just wish I had some. As I could.
Yeah, don't get me wrong.
Hang in front of shelves, but they are quite good.
I wish I had some extra money, because some of this isn't cheap. But Joy Toy can get a Predator now. A Predator Destructor. You can get your Heresy banners, which frankly are amazing.
Yeah, they are pretty cool.
Yeah, they're doing bundles at the moment. I need to put the link up again. I have a banner, a t-shirt, and a water bottle for £85, which is not cheap, but it's not. Yeah, I mean it's expensive, but it's not like out of the realms of possibility as a one-off. Oh, the banners are £35 each. Like,
I was to say that I think that's surprisingly good value.
Actually.
When you go and try and print something yourself, or if you try to do that, you're like, suddenly you realise how expensive printing is. Particularly quality printing on material, you're like, oh,
yeah,
that's quite good value. Oh, damn.
Everything's expensive nowadays, isn't it? Like the t-shirts there can be expensive, but that's £35 for a one-off cool banner to hang up in a gaming room is pretty cool. But yeah, they've got loads of models, loads of stuff. Joy Toy, loads of t-shirts, some really cool t-shirts and other bits and pieces. So if you do like anything like that and you're thinking about buying it, then you can use our link and we get a small kickback there as well. Of course, it doesn't cost you any extra. So crack on with that. we have a Patreon. If you listen to this show regularly and you think, oh yeah, I get enough enjoyment out of that I'd pay, that I think I want to support the guys, then you can support us on Patreon. We don't lock any content behind a paywall. In fact, we don't do anything with the Patreon. It is purely a tip jar. There is no good way of giving a small amount of money, like a set amount of money. People have done it before where they go, oh, give them a tenner, and they've put it through a couple of months at £5 a month, and then cancelled it. Brilliant. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't undermine anything like that. I think it's amazing that anyone wants to give us money. And I set Patreon up because people asked me to, not because I was like, oh, I can get loads of money for podcasting, because that would have been wrong. But we have that. So if you feel like you want to tip the show, then Patreon is a good way of doing that. And then if you want to support the show and you don't want to give us money, I absolutely understand that. You can tell other people about it. You can leave reviews on whatever podcast system you use, whatever podcatcher. That helps other people find it, make their mind up about whether they want to listen to it or not. As I say, like, the best review is always I've been listening to this and I really enjoy it. So we, again, truly appreciate that as well. But I don't think there's anything more like that for supporting the show. I think that's all of them. So I only did that up the front and took a long time back because we rarely do it up the front. Other shows will. They will push it out, and I get it. I've always left it to the back, and I appreciate that some people will be like, won't bother listening to the outro. So yeah, I think every now and then putting that up the front is not an issue. But anyway, we've done that now, so you can stop skipping 30 seconds, and you can
having the equivalent of markers on your YouTube video where you see their clothes change. You're like, right, I can come back now.
Exactly. Yeah, I truly appreciate podcasts that keep their adverts to 1 minute long, so I can just press 30 seconds twice.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing. But yeah, so I've gone through all that, and I know that I am going to be rinsing Element Games when the Cities of Sigmar come out. That is for sure. I know it's getting hard at the moment as well with 40k. Like, not everything is available as and when it's put out. So more people are buying direct from GW over these last couple of months than have ever before, because that's the only place to get the stock sometimes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That'll be out in a couple of months, and everything will return to normal a little bit.
In theory.
So there we go. And and the other thing to support us is to feed back to us. Like, send us an email, ask us a question, because we welcome that as well. It's all good. Okay, so have you managed to do any hobby in all the time that you've been off?
What have I been doing? There's been a lot of 3D printing. I'm in the process. I have been attempting to put together a table. I've been using. I've been in the past. I have been a patron of Sacrus Mundus, and so I had a look through what I had of those, and have been testing out and getting more adventurous with the 3D printer that I got last year, and I'm now getting bigger and bigger with the pieces that are being built. So I'm trying to put together a table so that I can host some games here, as a good friend Grant, who put on a couple of games recently, and I've really enjoyed those, and I want to be able to return the favour. I've got the Zone Mortalis that was previously in your custodianship, but I'd like to have a regular table of sorts. So that's been taking up a lot of time. I've been getting some parts ready to make up some Sons of Horus, regular Sons of Horus cataphractic terminators, but to embiggen some of the older plastic ones and give them a slightly different mix of weapons that's perhaps more contemporary. I finished off a despoiler squad, but getting ready to paint them, trying to work out an airbrush friendly paint mix.
Right.
Because I busted out some of the GW paints that I had, and in particular the Incubi Darkness that I tried to use just was the most infuriating thing in the world. Trying to
I
get
can
that to go through
imagine.
the airbrush.
That is a dry old paint.
Oh goodness me! That I always thought it was fine, and you'd see people do it all the time. But I mean, the paints I've got are quite old. I've had them for a long time.
Yeah, that's what I
Goodness
mean. Like, it's
me.
not too bad if it was brand new, but yeah.
Yeah, goodness me, that was infuriating. Yeah, I'm suddenly reminded that it's kind of annoying having
Yeah.
pots for airbrush. You can overcome that, but that was annoying. And then on top of that, because of it being the consistency it was or whatever, it was causing clogs and so on. I was like, oh
Yeah.
god damn it. Then going over to contemporary dropper bottle paints that I'd had much more recently was night and day. So there's been a bit of work going on with that. What else did I do? I have been attempting to print. Well, I have printed 2 proxies. I had a real craving to do. What do they call it? Something similar to an Alrox. Is it Alrox? The
The
Solar
Taurox?
Auxilia. Is it Taurox? Is the smaller one? Isn't the Taurox the Taurox is the Imperial Guard?
Oh, that's the
I think
yes.
Alrox is the sort of 30k
Yes.
Rhino equivalent type thing. Or the small transport that the
Aurox. Yeah.
Legends now in the Legacies Age of Darkness
That's
PDF.
right.
So I would hope we might see that in plastic one day. It's in neither Legions nor full scale Age of Darkness
You
yet.
would think, why not? Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would assume it's coming, but it hasn't been
Yeah.
available for some time.
No.
I don't believe. So I quite fancied one of that because I've got quite a few armored units now for my solar, and I quite like the idea of doing an artillery-based group. And the idea of having some artillery units and then just a random command squad to sort of with them, I thought, well, it feels like they could do with a little transport of some sort of little command vehicle thing that they're traveling around in. The idea of it being a little armored column. So yeah, I printed out some of those, and those have come out rather well. I tried to use one particular type of 3D printing for it, and that wasn't so successful. It didn't quite live up to what I was hoping to. It did, so I went back to the other type, and that's come out very well. So quite a lot of building, not enough painting. I'm hoping to remedy that in the not too distant future. But that's
awesome.
what I've been working on. What about you?
I've been building, so I finally finished off my Blood Bowl team. Sans. Well, I need to buy an extra model for it, like one lino, because they only give you 12 models in the box, and then you can build this, and I'm like, but if I'm going to go to events, I might actually not want the second throw, and I might, like, whatever they do with Blood Bowl, people are going to want to buy either, previously it was the extra positionals, now it's actually line pieces, so it's a bit of a frustrating one. There's kind of sort of no way around it. They're not going to put a third sprue in boxes. But anyway, so I need to buy one of them and then put all the transfers on. But essentially that team's done, which is like, whoa, that was the one that was on my table since whenever, November. Then I've built, we're supposed to be doing a kill team thing at the club. So I went through and I bought some Ratlins for the kill team, and then I was like, okay, cool. So what and I bought them. I was like, how do you make a Ratlin kill team? Okay. So I built the first model, and I was like, shoot, I actually think I might want the alternative model. Or either way, if I want the options, I'm going to have to buy 2 boxes of Ratlins. I don't mind doing that. That's fine. And what else can they have? Okay, so you really need to have some Ogrins or some Bullgrins with them. And you can have up to 3 of each, probably 2 and 1. But I then need to buy a whole box of Ogrins and a whole box to buy them. And I'm like, this is the most expensive kill team ever. And at the moment, I was like, no, won't do that. Okay, I'll do my Chaos, like the Renegades, with the one with the Commissar in it, and that.
Yeah.
I can't remember what they call them.
The ones that were with, not
yeah,
blooded, but I know the ones.
They're
the one
blooded.
that were Blackstone.
That's the one. Yeah, and now I just Traitor Guardsman kit. So I was like, brilliant. I know I needed another box because when I built them, I built all the specialists, and I didn't have enough guardsmen, so I need to buy another box of that. But it's one box, that's fine. So I went on eBay, got that in. Then went, where are my other guardsmen? I need to know exactly what to buy. Started pulling out model, and I was like, I've got more than one box here. I've already bought the second box and built it. So I then bought a third box, which was sort of lucky because I needed one alternative leader model, which I didn't have. So I've got like them sat built on the desk. I need to sell a load of stuff on eBay. I built the Cities of Ash, Cities of Sigmar stuff. Supposed to get something done for the GW Warhammer Com community article, but they arrived the day after, hours after the deadline for submitting photos. So
amazing.
That's not happening. So I've got them built. So I'll take the photos once I get some paint on them. So I built all them, and then I talked about my Eldar, and I've done the first stage of some. I don't want to use the term slap chop, but I've done the dry brushing, which I don't know how well I've done it. It's my first attempt on doing this style. I'm not very good at it. I'm going to grab a spray can, a Colourforge Midwinter Blue, I think it's called.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's one of the
one of the signature range. So when I get home in time and the weather's decent and I've got time to go out and spray these, I want to see if my highlighting under highlighting will be effective or not. Either way, it's going to be how they're painted. So I've got 2 dreads, a Warwalker, Spirit Seer, and 5 dudes Wraith Guard with axes.
Also quite a Wraith heavy army.
It's the start collecting set plus a second dread.
Nice.
But the idea from this Eldar is I'm just going to work on them, and it's going to start as a Wraith heavy army because that's the easiest one to paint, the quickest one to paint. So we'll see what happens from there because I've got so much to paint, but I'm hoping these will be relatively quick in the style that I want to do it. Because so it's a distraction from other stuff I probably should be painting, but it's been sitting there a while. As I say, like this week I've done 0 because of like out at club, worked one evening doing this, D&D. It all adds up very quickly. To having no time at all. So yeah, that's been it really. Not a lot of painting, but a bit of work, and my hobby desk is an absolute mess.
That's part of the course, isn't it? It's just how these things go.
Yeah, absolutely.
It sounds like it's been a fair bit then. There's been a fair bit.
It's been a little bit for me.
Are you still getting to the club every Tuesday?
I go every Tuesday. Yeah, it's like the kind of one thing. I say it's the one thing. It's not the one thing, but it's my one absolute regular kind of thing. It's my group of friends don't really meet up outside of gaming, so it's the Tuesday night is the thing.
Right.
So even if I haven't got a game, I'll pop up and chill out and chat and hurl abuse from the sidelines, that kind of thing.
Perfect.
Yeah, bit of healthy mind stuff. That escape. So yeah, it's all good.
Nice. Yeah, well, that's good.
All right. Oh yeah. So all I've got coming up. I've got UK Games Expo. Oh, I went to Salute.
Yes, we did.
We haven't talked about that, have we?
That happened.
How was Salute for you?
I really enjoyed it. It's one of my highlights, to be honest. My 2 events that I can fairly reliably go to that I would certainly ring fence are going over to Beachhead and going to Salute. And Salute, because of where I live, makes it pretty damn straightforward. I can just jump on the Elizabeth line and get over there, so it's rude not to. And every year I enjoy it. There's a real good buzz around it. There's lots going on. I like events. I save up my pocket money. I go a bit nuts because I can. And
That's the first thing I walked in and saw Howard with about 5 boxes on him,
can't
and some of
resist.
them
There's
were quite
something
big,
left over
and it's
of
all
when you.
stuff that you could buy in store.
It is, but I just like doing these things at events. It reminds me of
Being a
going to
kid.
games days, and basically going to games days, going to even weekenders, and coming away with stuff and treating yourself as part of a trip, and seeing lots of cool stuff, lots of cool games, inevitably running into people, doing lots of catch up, and I enjoyed us going to the pub afterwards. That was all lots of part of the fun too, and yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's themed. I feel they've hit a real sweet spot of it being getting the buzz of it being busy, but without it feeling like uncomfortable or like you can't get to things.
Yeah,
It's the occasional stall that is very busy that you think, oh, I'm going to circle back around here again, and trying to catch certain people. I wanted to try and catch some of the guys at one of the paint stands. I was quite hoping to catch sort of Starley at one point, but he was in a conversation. It's just that it's quite hard to catch people if they're doing something. The chances of necessarily
yeah,
running into them again and queuing up for stuff to see people feels a bit strange. But overall, I'm a huge fan.
yeah. I mean, I go to meet up with people. That's my primary reason to go. So obviously you guys, and then like Henry and Byron I see there, and Pete Wargamer, like all people say, oh yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. You know, it's all that kind of stuff. I kind of made a dedicated myself to try and go and look at stuff a bit better than I normally do. Maybe try some stuff out. Found that it wasn't as easy to like, oh, could I try that? Like there wasn't a huge amount of opportunity to do that, particularly around paints, things like that. But I had a good look at some stuff. Almost bought some Trench Crusade. I have played Trench Crusade. That is a fun game. But yeah, to do that and to talk to people. I'm not the best at like kind of casual chat. Like I feel a bit talking to someone that you watch online or something like that. I'm not always as like, I feel like they're getting enough of that from everywhere that I don't want to add to that. I think there's an element of, as a 45-year-old guy talking to a woman in her late 20s, feels a bit weird, like randomer, things like that. So I did have like the smallest, briefest chats with Rogue Hobbies. What's
Louise.
her name? Louise, thank you. I was about to say Laura. It's not Laura. With Louise, because it's a bit easier with Louise because we've been at lots of events together. So she we've never properly talked, but we've been in conversations and we've been around each other. So I can reach out and do something like that. But some of the other creators and stuff, I feel it's a bit like, don't want to come across as that guy. Which I don't think I am, but it's easy to be misconstrued and things like that. Plus, these people are all busy. Like, there's so many people after them. I can walk around with almost complete anonymity, but yeah, it's a bit weird. Met some club mates who I didn't know were going to be there, which is always interesting. It's always quite a funny one. But yeah, no, I think the salute was really good. There was one or two times like going between places, and it was like, ugh. And there were a few queues where it was like, really. But there was lots of cool stuff.
I didn't get a sense of that as much. I thought
No, it wasn't.
I feel there have been times quite a while ago in the past where it was felt like they're really packing this in. Then there was the COVID one, or the one that's straight after COVID, and it was very spaced out, as you might imagine, and people not wanting to commit to being there in similar. Then I feel like we've got a sweet spot now, like I say.
Yeah, it was very good. And at the end of the day, when you've got that many people in an area, that doesn't take much for something to happen somewhere, or just for a confluence of people to be in one part to make it feel a bit busier. So there was a queue to a stand. I can't even remember what the stand was. I thought it was Louise for a while because Rogue Hobbies is very big. Louise is very popular. She's got her models out as well, and previously she has been quite swamped at times, and her stand was busy. But and this stand was kind of bright colours and things like that. And there was one point where there was a queue for there, and I don't really know what was going on. But yeah, nothing along the lines of when GW were there, or
No,
say
that's true.
early
That's a good
days
point.
Rogue
I'd
Hobbies.
forgotten about that. Yeah, where
You
Quarter
know,
used to be, you had to set aside genuine time to be there because people were trying to beat the postage thing.
Completely blocked off.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
Mercia Miniatures, who then were handing out all their flyers to people in the GW queue. So yeah, no, it's if you're in the UK, it's a great thing. I say it only takes me an hour and 30, hour and 40 to get up there. Once I've got up parks, got the training, it's fairly simple. So it's a good one. Certainly, I don't know why it is, but normally like the Fox, 6-7 years ago, the Fox would be heaving. Now it's people either go off into town and go to gaming venues or go out, or they just disperse. I don't know if that's an age thing. I don't know if there's been a bit of the age is actually going up. Although there were a few young groups of young kids there.
Yeah, I'd say there was quite it's
maybe
probably the widest demographic I've seen.
Maybe it's more of a gap.
People are looking. I don't think you see as many people. You're put off a bit by going out around XL, frankly.
Oh, it's naff.
There's only really the Fox as an option,
and there's one the other end, isn't there?
Yeah, but inherently, if you're talking to people, everyone's got a bit of wariness about it because it's usually you're already London pricing puts people off already, and then you're adding on an extra premium because you're in XL and because it's a captive audience. It's not great, and it puts you off doing that for sure. And so I think that's driving people if they do want to meet up. They're perhaps going for food, and they're more likely to go. Now that's pretty easy with the Elizabeth line being there as well.
I think that might be the defining factor, right?
Yeah, I think
the relying on the DLR was less of a certainty.
Now you've got the two options, one way or another. It's pretty straightforward to get into town.
You're probably right. That's cool. But yeah, it's it's great if you are down south. If you're on a little journey, there's some cool stuff going on. There were there fewer real small guys. I think there were a couple of people who were sharing booths. It felt much more. I don't know if there are fewer small guys or the small guys are much more professional now.
That was more what
6 or 7 years ago.
To me like it was all companies that were relatively small but relatively mature.
Yeah,
they had matured into being something. There seemed to be quite a lot of that where they were independents, but they'd been going a while, and or even, they weren't startups as such.
Even some of the newer ones, they just seem to be. If you go to a what's the one at Reading, Warfare, or you go to Cavalier in Tunbridge Wells, you'll still see the old boys with their metal spun, Second World War or Romans or what have you. And it's very much a guy in his garage doing it, and it feels like that. And they're older guys, so they're less inclined maybe to have that digital presence in the same way, or what have you. Whereas this very much felt like, oh, there's someone brand new, but they've got a very strong design for their company, and it's displayed in a modern way, and you might not necessarily know how long they've been around, because they've done it in a much more professional manner. So I wonder if it's just easier to do that. But there's some really cool stuff there.
Yeah, and it's just because it's so accessible, I'm always going to gravitate towards it.
Yeah,
I appreciate that UK Games Expo is bigger by some orders of magnitude, but it's a different kind of beast as well.
Very different beast.
Gaming there as well. There's zero gaming, obviously. Well, no, that's not quite true. There's no tournaments at Salute. No. There are demonstration games. It's that sort of thing.
Yeah. There's what's interesting is one of the demonstration games was run by the Tunbridge Wells what are they called now? I can't remember. Tunbridge Wells War Game Society, who are a group in Tunbridge Wells near our club that we've had almost zero contact with anyone who goes there. It's amazing, really, that over all the years we've never kind of. They had a big 40k table as well. Traditionally, that group have been much more focused on historicals. So I think actually it's something that our group may need to reach out to them and say, by the way, you
Hi.
play once a month and we play once a week here. Maybe we should meet up and chat. But anyway, right, let's move on. We've waffled properly on that one, so we're going to go and talk news. Okie dokie. I don't think the news is going to be particularly long today. Not comparatively.
No, I was
anyway.
listening to at least one heresy conversation today, and people saying, "Any news?" No, not a lot, but I mean, there's the odd bits and pieces, but
so
not really.
Tallarn isn't out yet.
No.
At time of recording, it's going to be pretty soon because we're not recording straight off. So we have got Tallarn, but yeah, it's fairly quiet. But then, 40k has been taking up a lot of that bandwidth, hasn't it? I'm sure we'll get something more soon. Seen a picture of Perturabo in 40k?
Yes, and that caused quite a stir. That caused quite a stir as well. I mean, generally, the Iron Warriors release was. I saw people discussing, saying, "Well, that's a cool model to use as this and that and the other." There was a bit of that, but yeah, Perturabo, the first non-aligned demon Primarch to appear, and the first time he's appeared as a piece of canon, he says in inverted commas, as a piece of artwork.
Yeah, no, I think by the time this is released, we might not be too far off finding out whether he is going to be released as a model. There's lots of rumours. Who knows?
Yeah,
but yeah, the whole that kind of Iron Warriors really, the Defiler kit is kind of crazy. I can see some.
Apparently, that's massive. I haven't.
It's pretty
seen
big.
it. I haven't seen it in the
No,
flesh.
I haven't.
It's pretty cool.
Seen
that was always a model that was a bit. I found a bit awkward. So to see that updated quite so well, I think it's pretty.
I don't know if massive is the right word. Yeah, I suppose it's. Trying to remember now. I did see a couple. It is big. I suppose everything's relative, right? It's a big kit. The problem is it's not a knight or anything like that, but it's a big kit. It's pretty cool. And then yeah, as you say, with the kind of scaling now that we got in Heresy, the ability to use some of the other models and bring them in. And as I say, if you're playing Mechanicum, Dark Mechanicum, there's some fun you could have around those Defilers, I think.
Definitely,
which actually kind of goes hand in hand with. I can actually bring up Age of Sigmar because the Cogfort.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. There's been lots of chat. Like they're making a point in the article they did to show name 2 or 3 different Cogforts that are run by different races, because it's when you've got a model that big, you need everyone to be able to take it to get all the sales. But I have seen a couple of people like Dark Mechanicum, the bottom of that as a basis is pretty cool. And I kind of like that idea. I think I'd love to see some weird Dark Mechanicum, strange
weird medieval take on it. The number of people, because they've positioned it obviously so that those forts can be used by any faction. The number of people I've heard speculating about how they might create their Skaven version, their particular flavor, and then it's not only is it every faction, but every faction from every realm version of it. Taking these sort of haunted versions of them and death or line versions of them.
I think everyone at the club who plays apart from one person who's fully competitive, has talked about getting at least one for their armies, for their different armies. So
it's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, they seem to have hit on to something with it. So I need at least 2, one of each, I'm sure.
Wow.
At some point, but it would be there is I think there's a Rite of War which allows you to have 4.
Yes, I'd heard.
I've
I'd heard something similar in the stream, and that was about.
We shall see about that. But yeah, I'd love to see some Mechanicum players get a hold of this and have some
I mean,
super
just
fun with it.
replacing the various crew on it with Skitarii would be quite fun.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, some of the weapons could stay.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm looking at that big flame lance thing, and you're like, that's pretty. That's not a far off thing. Maybe put a Volkite nose on it, and you're away.
Might be a little bit of a stretch, but it's all good. And what else do we have? We had some Custodies shown off and some Custodies articles.
Had the
cool.
Adepticon preview happened last time we spoke?
Yes, because we talked. Oh, good question.
I'm not sure we did, because I think the last show went out on the 26th of March, 21st of March.
No.
And the Adepticon preview was the.
No, we did an April show, mate.
Did we?
Yeah. Blimey, we're two old men trying to work out what they've talked about already. It's good, isn't it? It's just top quality podcasting.
Oh, got you. 6th of April. Yeah, got you.
John
I thought that was
French.
just John French. I thought that was just John French.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we got much into it. So, What did we get at the Adepticon preview?
Well, mostly what's in Tallarn.
Yeah, exactly.
The command tank. Yeah, fine. Well, that's true. I remember discussing the command tank now. The Ogrins, love them. And the support.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
Too. Yeah. And then the Tallarn book, which is cool. And that's what we'll talk about in more detail later. Other than that, individual Custodies releases, all good and gravy. I haven't picked up any of the Venatari yet, but I'm quite tempted to. Other than that, there's not a lot to.
No, it's very quiet, isn't it?
In terms of that, I think. I mean, they're continuing on with the black books, which is super cool. I think that's just a great thing for them to do. We've been looking more at sneaky Space Marines since then. Alpha Legion and Raven Guard getting that treatment, but it's just cool having those out as quality.
I think so,
packs.
For sure.
I think it's such a good idea to do that, and it's giving them a vast amount of, I mean, not least of which it makes it easier to have them to read and have them available to you than having to either commit to those books or slightly dubious things.
Do you know if they've been put onto the vault?
Oh, I was worried you would ask me that. I know about.
I don't really.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't believe they have. I don't. I don't think they have.
Sure.
But I couldn't say with absolute certainty.
No.
Having not really explored it, I do. The person I know, friend of the show, Dan, has monitored the vault and its usefulness, and he has thoughts and opinions over what it could and should be, perhaps, what it is not quite yet capable of being.
Sure, there is one. Just having a little flick back through. There's one thing that has sparked a bit of interest today. Made to order Vostrians.
Oh yes. Apparently, all these made to order things, where they're leaning perhaps more into the nostalgia things. They are printing money with that.
Oh yeah.
Apparently, people are going fairly hard on those when they pop up.
They're also up for a very limited amount of time. Who the heck knows when, if they're ever coming back?
Yeah.
So yeah, I zero surprise on that front. I remember old store member selling his Vostrians, back in the day that he got for free to paint up because he was working in the store when they were given out to some store members. But there is some talk of people making them as for their militia.
Imperial Army.
Man, that would be so extortionate. They're going to be metal, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're going to make them in the metal. Yeah. Madness. I just don't like. I mean, I don't. They're cool. Don't get me wrong, but they're dated.
Yes, I hadn't quite appreciated how dated until I saw them there. But they, I mean, with the Busbies, types of shuckos, whatever the name of the hat is. They do have a certain 30k era look to them that slightly archaic look. Is it the front of Legion? Has something
The
very
Geno
similar to them.
5.2 and
There you go. Yeah. There is.
Yeah.
So I get it.
I can't, like, no. Bless them. I mean, bearing in mind they weren't, like, when would they have come out? Blimey.
I say in that article, surely
2000,
2006.
it says
20 years ago.
2006. Blimey. Like, so they look dated compared to some of the stuff that's older than them. But
yeah, compare that
I
to
must admit,
Eldar that came out well before them.
oh yeah. Although I will say that banner bearer is actually phenomenal. Like, he is so cool. I could have that. That model by itself is just amazing. But
the snipers I find are similar, and the weapons teams, Imperial Guard weapons teams, particularly a laying down heavy bolter guy.
Yeah, no,
that was great on the Steel Legion, great on these guys. I'm here for it. Snipers are great. The commanders,
snipers are
not so
really
much.
good actually. If you good for
yeah,
like
the banner bearer it's the sort of thing that would work in almost any Games Workshop game as well.
Oh, it's phenomenal. I think it stands apart from the whole of the rest of this release. Actually, that one model.
Yeah,
it's so good. But anyway, yeah. So I'm sure there'll
be a thing. Could be a
there'll
thing.
be more Dunes will be out in a few months, I'm sure, and whoever else. I don't know what else they've got left to do. To be honest, they'll keep finding something old to bring back, and people will eat it up, even though it's objectively not as good as what is out now.
That's not the point, Greg.
Well, yeah, and costs like 4 times as much, and
Indeed,
and whatever. It's utter madness. Utter madness. Yeah. Oh, there is one more thing. It appears that Games Workshop Warhammer World events, the latest bunch just came up for late summer.
Right.
And there are no weekend events. Games events. Yes, there's a bit of a kind of discussion about why that may be. Admittedly, the new 40k is coming out, but I would have thought if they were doing like
people
40k...
have been. I did see videos speculating today when that's coming because of Warhammer World not being available to book games and things, so it's fairly clear that's coming at a particular time. Yeah, exactly.
Early July?
No, it was much earlier. It's June.
Really, June? Okay.
At some point in June, I believe. But
we've traditionally had a 2 or 3 week pre-order period that starts in June, and the release has been early July. So if it's a little bit forward of that, then
yeah, I think it is. I mean, it's the other way you can sort of look at it is that I'm not super precise. They've started doing the faction focus.
Yeah.
And there are 24 factions, I think it is in
right.
40K
Yeah.
now. So you could do it as a countdown almost in that way. But I believe there was talk of it being the pre-order date being. There was a rumor that the pre-order date was going to be the the weekend of Games Expo. That is not the case now. It's actually a week later, I think. It's the week after Game Expo is pre-order,
so
and then 2 weeks later.
Weekend of June, which means right at the end of June. So fits within the regular time window. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, it'd be a 2 week pre-order, so it'd be a middle of it.
Would it be a 2? It was 3 last time.
I think well, we don't know. But
we don't know.
Rumor is that it's
allegedly
2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Be interesting. Either way, a couple of weeks here or there.
Yeah,
we know it's going to be.
It's in
June,
there.
July.
It's in the summer release window.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if. I've listened to things and someone's like, oh, I know someone who works in the events team, and this said, I don't know, pinch of salt and all that, but whether they make enough money for the effort involved, whether they can just, hire out those tables for mornings and afternoons on those weekends, and it's easier. Who knows? I mean, there was we talked about it. There was some chat a long time ago that they were looking for a dedicated event space, because at the end of the day they were only having like 60 spaces or something like that for events. So it's not like they were fitting in 100 people, really ramming it out. It was much reduced. So but they put up dates, particularly midweek, for the 1 day things. So that might be their way forwards now.
Mm.
A bit of a shame if you've never done a 2-day at GW if they never do them, because they had a feel to them and you got to eat in the canteen and meals included. They weren't cheap tickets, but I felt you got value for what you were buying. Particularly with the entry to the miniatures hall and the free and all that kind of thing.
Mm.
So, yeah. Any other news that's come out? It's fine. It's a weird one.
Point, aren't we? Yeah,
it's fine. We don't have to. Yeah,
I don't think there's much else really. Looking at what's out and about, I don't think there's much out there.
No, I don't want to There's an argument that we potentially should pull back, kind of like the news section from what we do anyway. So I'm not going to go out there and start saying, "Oh, everything here you can use for this" and what have you.
No, because you shouldn't be hunting news in that respect.
No,
news is also a thing.
Interesting period. I think we're in, because if we're now at this point, like, what can we expect moving forwards? Like, we've got a book, releasing imminently. What's next? Another book with a handful of units. Like, might get something for legions, but like, we seem to be on a regular, like, low scale release with the odd thing that will be thrown in, like a special release. We haven't had anything new in a while, have we? That is the one. That is the one thing which really breaks up.
There's still a bunch of models, like a lot of models actually.
Flyers.
That can be exactly. That's the obvious one. They're obviously a bit more of a commitment, but I was talking about those last of the solar vehicles. But I mean, there's still plenty of vehicles.
Sabres, Arquitas.
Those are the first two that spring to mind. Of those, I think would be so ubiquitous. Then you're into the flyers, like you say, the javelin, Landspeeder and javelin, bike. There's quite a few things that could go plastic yet, but then this book, the Tallarn book, sort of shows that, where you've got 2 or 3 kits that fill in that, so you could actually keep that release schedule going fairly frequently. I was only reflecting on this when I was writing those notes for the book. The books have been largely universally welcome. You don't tend to hear too much critiquing. Maybe it's the format that's sitting quite well, but they're all quite well received. I can't think of any that people were thinking, not so sure about this one, which I don't think you could say the same where during the second edition of the game. There was a couple there where people were a bit like, "Oh, I'm not so sure about this."
I think
book or whatever. The exemplary battles didn't go down brilliantly, if I remember correctly. So there's a few things like that, whereas these are coming over very well. Whether or not it's, they've said obviously. Well, they said, and I use that with a pinch of salt. There was a suggestion that these Journal Tacticas, that there would be effectively each legion would get one covering. Now, whether it's one dedicated to them or whether there'd be a couple of legions covered in a specific Journal Tactica, or whatever, we're quite a way into the release of 3rd edition now, and we haven't had a single Journal Tactica that looks like. We've had a number of part 1s without sign of a part 2, and there hasn't been a single Journal Tactica, because people were saying at the time, like, well, if we get one every month, that's still 18 months of releases. Now, obviously, as I say, that could be cut down massively by having more than one legion in a book. But still, we haven't seen a single one of that type of book yet. But they're very well received. So this is the principle of using those. Do you think there's room for another format of book? I suppose you could argue the Liber Custodes is another format of book that's come out in the interim. What do you think? Do you think there could be another punctuation mark amongst that regular release schedule?
I mean, who knows? I don't really know. Just trying to think, like, kind of time scales of these books. I think you don't hear much. You don't hear major negativity about these books because they're not the big release that old books were. Even in the last edition, it was like, oh, we've got a book. Okay, cool. It's Cathonia. Oh, it's this, it's that, it's that. Whereas these are small, like they are not major releases, so they're not as impactful both ways. It's hard to get as angry when you're how many pages are in this book?
48, I think.
48 with everything in it. Like, it's not a bad size, but it's the focus is tight. There's only going to be a handful of unit entries or new things. I don't think the expectations there like it was of bigger books. And on top of that, I think, as we've said, a number of times, that they're very good for what they are. But also, everyone knows, because there's only a handful of new units / rules. If it's not stuff you're ever going to use, people just aren't buying them. So they're not getting rage because you're fully aware by the time it's released of everything that's in these books. So you're not getting that. I bought this book and it's and I'm not going to use any of it. People are going, oh no, I'm not going to buy the book because I'm not going to use any of it. So I think that helps alleviate that issue a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Yeah. I mean, who knows? As you say, we're halfway. We're pushing on through an edition cycle, should I say?
On the assumption that it's 3 years, but I'm not sure it is on this. I think we'd be more likely to see something like I could see a Legions Imperialis update. I could see even an Adeptus Titanicus. I sort of feel like that's further away
gone, mate.
now.
It's gone.
Yeah, I sort of feel like that's not going to be a thing because it would mean.
Still think it's a mistake.
I agree, but I don't. Yeah, exactly. As much as I would like to see them do a Titanicus 2, I just don't think they're going to have a dual branding. Yeah, it's just whether or not they do a dual branding on a box. You've got the Titans.
I don't think you need a box.
Got Legions Imperialis on them.
I think if Legions could introduce new Titan, the Rapier, please, or something like that, and then you could follow it up with a second edition rulebook for Titanicus to help sell models for Legions as well.
There was a curious thing on there. I think it was Facebook, maybe it was Instagram. I think it was Facebook. They put up Neil's cover for the Beta Garmin book, the Titan Death, with the Imperator Titan on it. Imperator Titans on it, and they was talking about that on there, and people predictably took the bait and went bonkers with it. And the way they were speaking, to be fair to the people who were going bonkers, was in that way that they used to speak when something might be coming eventually, and it was sort of alluding to that fact. Now, I would never particularly. Why would you read that too much into that when it's the marketing department doing that writing? And goodness knows it's as far away from conclusive as possible. But I thought that was curious, and I could see them doing it. I mean, they did it with the previous iteration of Epic, where Titan Legions came along, where Space Marine had been around for a long, long time, 2 editions by that point, and in came Titan Legions that introduced the Imperator Titan, Rata Titan, and Mega Gargants, etc. And so I could see them doing that, because it maybe Legions Imperialis is a better place, weirdly. Or if Titan Legions and Epic, as it was previously, was a place for the Imperator Titan before, maybe it's a better place for it, because it was always said that Titanicus, it didn't really work. It broke the game, essentially. So, because there's clearly a market for it, people would buy them. If they did it as a kit, so maybe they will. I think Titan, they go the wrong way.
I think it would break the game in Legions, but
yes, I think so.
But I think it's, you could easily kind of suggest that it's more for the, what do they call their Titan battles in Legions?
Titan
Death. Titan Death. So I think they could do it like that. I think at the end of the day, if they think it'll make the money, they'll do it in the end.
Yeah.
So and it will make the money. Like, you know, there's no doubt about it. As you say, it's like when they release these made to orders. It's like when they release Blood Bowl. It's like when they released the Resin Titans. Like they knew that. Well, they didn't know that Warlord's going to make them money, but as like from after day one, they were like, yeah, cool. Like,
Yeah,
we're fine. So yes, interesting. We will forever hold a flame for the second edition of Adeptus Titanicus. Please, the Warhammer gods. Right, let's leave the news section there, and then we can come back
to
and
comments.
talk. Yeah, and talk about Tallarn. Journal Tactica, the Battle of Tallarn, Part 1.
Very dramatic. Quite
Indeed.
reading. Didn't know we were having a dramatic reading. I'm here for it.
That was just me, like mid trying to sort my throat out. What we got here, more of the same, and that is not a negative. The story of the initial stages of the fight back for Tallarn, and the focus on being the reborn, the Tallarn reborn. Yeah, I mean, how do we want to go about this?
Well, straight
should we
away,
talk about Tallarn itself?
We've reflected a bit on where where something like this has come out, and a sort of companion document exists for Legions Imperialis. That is true here as well, and we've reflected on that, I think, with the Isfahan thing. It's particularly good here, where there is an equivalent document that I think it's the Death of Tallarn, I think it's called.
Yes.
Book for Legions Imperialis. Now that I loved that book because it's such a grand narrative of that conflict and that conflict is such a significant point, a fixed point in heresy, that it was so cool to have that level of depth explored in a sort of military history way. This becomes interesting again because Age of Darkness tends to take it on that more tactical level, and so I was quite keen to see how they did that here, and then it was even more interesting to see they did it as a part 1. And as you say, to put a bit of a focus, I don't think it would be unreasonable to say that this is a sort of Solar Auxilia focused book. Yeah, perhaps a bit extreme because there's some interesting other units in here for sure. But the narrative, obviously, they are one of the key players. They're one half of that conflict. Well, there's obviously huge numbers of different parts in this, but they're the focus. Then focusing on that particular sort of branch of that being the Tallarn reborn, I thought was great. It just adds a whole load of character to it. I thought it was a really nice idea as a focus, and I think they've executed it well. It covers ground, some of which we've seen before, but again, it sort of zooms in a little bit on that, where you've got the death of Tallarn. You've got Tallarn as it was being presented as it was before the Iron Warriors turned up and did what they did. So it sets the scene. Iron Warriors turn up, opening stages, and the opening stages of how there is a fight back.
See, I would suggest that it doesn't cover ground we've seen before, with the exception of Tallarn's bombarded and it becomes a big battle.
When I say that in terms of it covers ground only in so much as to say it describes Tallarn. There's a picture of Tallarn as a green and verdant world, and then there's a picture of there. We've seen that before, but I don't. It's not a criticism because, as I say, I think the lens is slightly different.
I would also suggest that I'm trying to remember now. Maybe it's just that it's been so long, my memory is not great now. The talking of Tallarn beforehand, have we heard it quite this way before? How verdant it was? How?
I would say so, but I would say it was probably described almost more at the system level. I'm not sure it is as zoomed in as put on the planet.
Sure.
It probably is. I mean, it would be worth
felt very different.
Comparison. Yeah, I agree with you, and I think the scale change. I mean, that sounds trite to say that when it's Legions Imperialis versus Age of Darkness, but that is it does come across to me.
We did exactly the same thing with is fun.
Yes,
When
exactly.
we looked at the two, the scale changes is handled extremely well.
It is. I think it would be
and
so easy for that to not work and then to blend into each other and be repetitive, and I don't get that at all.
I repeated this. I think as a product, I think these books are the best thing Heresy has had for a long time.
Mm.
I think since the Black Books, in fact, they are very different from the Black Books, but since the Black Books, these are the best
Which I think is
Heresy
great.
product.
I think it's great. These aren't part works of a Black Book. These are
No.
their own thing, and I think
And they
they've
live and
lent
breathe as
into
their own
that.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, and I think they've lent into that well.
Yeah. So yeah, where we're dealing with. So if we think about the stories we've heard of Tallarn, we hear about the tanks, we hear about the mass battle. We have the John French stories, which tell us about the underground bases where they were, and go through that. But we haven't. This feels different to those. This is a slightly different area, slightly different viewpoint, filling in gaps and adding to the Tallarn story in a really good way. As you say, I think it did feel slightly different the way they were talking about Tallarn itself. So again, all adding to the richness of the lore of it. Like, it was such a verdant planet. It's, they were using it as a base
Aging
for
ground.
military equipment and supplies. But most other planets would have just been stripped bare and made into that system. That's what the planet would be known by. Like, it's a classic sci-fi trope, right? You've got we see it in other things as well. Oh, this is the engineering planet. This is the food planet. This is the military planet. Whereas actually Tallarn was like, no, it's so verdant, so distinctive. We are actually going to not just strip it bare. It's going to have different aspects of it. And then the war bypassed it. And at that point, it's like, okay, well, we don't really need it for that anymore. So that's where we get these forces that are then brought back as a convalescence into this place, knowing that actually they might just end their lives here, because that's the way it happens when you've got such a vast array of army that the Imperium has. And that's why we get this force of, noobs and non-combat people, like, doing their service alongside the veterans and everything else as well. It gave Tallarn that much more depth, I think, as a planet pre-Iron Warriors turning up, which I really like.
I agree. It gave a personality to a lot of the forces that were there as well, rather than you having to. I mean, since Tallarn was described in the Heresy series, the Solar Auxilia have become much more defined about what they are, and that has helped here considerably, because it's suggested that at least one cohort, or remnants of a cohort, elements of a cohort, are part of a core that become the sort of command cadre who help then train and rally a whole group of disparate parties into some sort of force. All of that becomes quite very evocative, and it gives a much greater personality to what it otherwise is left to your imagination, but still leaving the scope for you to carve out whatever niche you want, because it's an entire world. That's kind of when it's at its best, I think, when the lore writing is at its best. It's a sort of and rather than no,
Sure.
Which I think is quite nice. I think it was handled well, as is usually the case. The lore by far was the thing I was most interested in this.
Yeah.
And I think they've done a great job with this, because somehow in this relatively small home we've managed to get some very cool color plates of tanks in there. The loyalist armored assets and traitor armored assets is a cool one. Force organization charts kind of thing, which is all the thing that looks super cool.
I think they managed as well to utilize, like, this has been written with very much the novels and the other information in mind. It sort of like weaves through aspects of that. We like, I don't quite know how to explain it, but if you read through the story, like, okay, so the Iron Warriors coming, and they virus bomb the planet, but in a different style to Isfan. It's like, oh, cool! I never really thought about that way before. Like Isfan was this, and they wanted just to scorch the planet, and this one they just wanted to kill the planet to the point where there's no one wants to be out on top because you're going to die. So it took an hour for them to kill the surface of the planet. Right, and that's it. From that point on, you're not getting out of vehicles. You will die. And then for the first 8 weeks, pretty much almost 8 weeks of the war, nothing happened. It was the Iron Warriors. They're here searching for this thing, and they right around kind of, they hint towards like, they say Petrarca is looking for something, and we know from the lore what they're looking for and what's going on, and we know from other places. I don't need to go over it again. They just kind of feed in here that there's something they're looking for, and based on knowing the story of Tallarn, we get more from that than needs. They don't have to write it twice, which is really good. And then on top of that, we get that slightly more depth because we're now starting to see, like towards the 8-week period, like the Iron Warriors even the Iron Warriors are starting to get a bit complacent here. Just like, we rule this planet. This planet's ours.
This planet's
no
dead.
one to fight.
Yeah, there's nothing.
It's dead. Nothing's there's nothing to worry us here. We're looking for this thing. Whoever finds it is going to be like raised up. So there's this kind of almost infighting in there as well because they've got nothing to butt up against. And then, but underneath that, those weeks have been the Cinder? What are they called? The Cinderfall?
No,
the Cinderfall. No, the 71st.
Oh, Cinderborn, I think.
Cinderborn, that's the word. I couldn't read my own writing there. 71st Cinderborn cohort of the Solar Auxilia are one of those Great Crusade veteran units that have been brought back here, and some of them have been put in to lead up various defense positions. They're injured or they're never going to go back to. They've just been sort of forgotten about as well. So there's kind of units of them, there's platoons of them, but they're also dotted around to use their expertise to help other people as well. And it's these who are reborn to start the fight back. And it's the Reborn's such a cool name as well. And they're gonna fight for their planet, which is awesome. Like they're humans, like on a planet where they can't exist on the surface, fighting against Marines, and they're like, well, let's give them hell, like, which is cool, and let's just hope someone turns up to help us out, which is really good. I think it's so
it was
well
strangely evocative, and this is what I mean about it adds character to this narrative in particular, because it starts to make me think of images weirdly of the Terminator films where they go to the rebel hideouts and they're all below ground and they're all hunkered down and there's loads of civilians there looking absolutely sort of destitute, and there's a resistance forming out of that, and it's like that but on a very grand scale of sorts. It adds a character to it. I mean, you've got a named cohort marshal. You've got these different reborn cohorts are growing out of as you're around that core of Cinderborn. Very evocative stuff, I thought. Just in terms of describing an organization and how you suddenly make that very believable, very real, very characterful, as I say. And I would say the same with the Iron Warriors. It was something that I had reading through this. It's always described how the Iron Warriors are bitter. There's a bitterness to them.
Yeah.
And that comes across, or they're given the crappy duties and whatever as a sort of legion. This was exploring another aspect, a different aspect of that bitterness that came across in the writing of this. And it wasn't sort of too on the nose at all. It wasn't.
No.
It was just I thought it was quite subtle. It just suggested a certain character type in the Legion where there were individual commands that felt slighted, and in some cases were deliberately slighted by being given a different unit number. And that's touched on at one point, and they were like, well, hang on, no, that we're this group and you've given our designation to someone else, so what the hell are you doing? Oh, okay, well, we're not going to talk to them then. We won't communicate with them on the battlefield. And this little that sort of bitterness as suggesting a character type where it doesn't fundamentally isn't fundamentally detrimental as such, but it was an interesting bit of politicking that you could. It was entirely believable. You could imagine
It's
that being
sort of
taken from a modern day or contemporary military
yeah,
tale, and it being written out in this. I thought it was cool.
yeah. It's not a major detriment, but it's definitely a detriment, and it's the old sons of their fathers, like sins of their fathers, kind of thing. That Perturabo is like this as well, and yet Tetrarch Forex, they basically get a load of inducti in, and they're like split up, and then new formations have to be made, and people are put in and so some of the designations are changed up, and some people accept them, and some people are like just not accepting it, like. Cool.
Like,
You've
no,
changed our number. We're changing it back.
84th, actually.
Yeah. Oh, is it highlighted by the reactive 218th numeral under Forex scheme? Admittedly, they accepted this, but surviving Vox logs show no communications between elements of the resultant 218th battalion elements and the warriors of the battalion that eventually received the 103rd designation, even in the conduct of close fire support actions. So, someone took their name. The 103rd were taken off, given a different number, the new 103rd come in, and you're in a close firefight and you're not talking to your allies. Like, that is not a good thing. But
I loved the sort of pettiness of it, though. The way that's
I've
described as a
written
pettiness.
pettiness.
I thought it was superb. It's a sort of petty bitterness
And
that I thought just gave a little character aspect without being too over the top. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, well, and as I say, one of Perturabo's biggest issues is that pettiness.
Yeah,
like we see it all through the worst parts of his books. So really nice touch there. Just before that, though, you talked about the color plates. It's called Iron Hand Sakaran, Space Wolf Sakaran, Talon Reborn, Lehman Russ, and Alpha Legion Saber in the colors of the Imperial Fists.
it's cool, isn't it?
So cool, with just a couple of scratches showing the Alpha Legion paint. That is one for Andrew.
Yeah, I was going to say
that
feels like a nod.
It's whether it's for him or not, it is exactly what he does.
Yeah,
and that is so cool to see that and be like, oh yeah, that's exactly what you do. So it's all cool. What's interesting is I wrote down here earlier on. I'm trying to remember exactly what it's like. It's sort of written from the Imperial point of view on this one. There were a couple of things that showed that, and then the Road to Salvation section is written after the event. Like there's a lot of we're not 100% sure what happened here or what happened in this bit, but which again just adds a little bit of flavour to the document. Like the old black books were written by AK, and it allows you to question stuff in there. It's written from the old black books were written from an Imperial viewpoint, written after the events, so you can't hold them up in a court of law as being definitive. They will give you the overall kind of thing. There's an element of that here as well, particularly when you're talking about an Talon, where everything, even the Iron Warriors, like you listen to Talon, they bumble across each other because they're not sure what's going on with the the environmental effects and all that. Which is cool, but we follow the is it the Scorn 26?
Yes,
Squadron.
this is the yes.
As they make their way through it, and there's just there's tanks everywhere. There's nothing really survives in this place, and they eventually find their way to a ravine, and it looks like there were some survivors who had at some point tried to peg it for safety, and so they move into this dead area where even their tanks are suffering from the environment, and then all of a sudden there's mines, manually activated mines at the front and then back of the column, classic, and then some of these apparently destroyed tanks open fire on them as well, and then the ravine, tanks roll up to the ravine and start launching hell upon them, and with no hope of getting out of here. this is pure vengeance from the loyalist forces, which is cool. And the Iron Warriors call for help on that as well. I like the Athean heavy sentinels in the lore doing something amazing. Always good to see. I like the battle. I think it was quite cool.
I did too. I thought it felt slightly more focused, slightly smaller.
Yes.
It wasn't as grand in scale as some of them. Even the map itself
it's
sort of
a
suggests
regular
that.
battle rather than a grand battle.
Exactly. You said the Scorn 2.6 is 20 units. That's not tiny.
No.
And then there's a relief force of I don't think it is described somewhere, but it's still a relatively sizable thing. But I think it's cool that the way it was described, and I like this format. I mean, having a story that's pretty evocative, and then having a mission that a legendary mission, so you can replay it. It's sort of simulation based. I think that's quite fun. I like that as a model, and it's quite appealing. Immediately, I'm starting to look for desert terrain.
Sure.
To be able to sort of play this out. I love the idea of it.
I thought of you because I'm like, specifically we're talking about, the two specific forces. It's like, I wonder how many tanks, Howard has got. And the battles, it's the little details when you get to sometimes the smaller details in the big battle. Yeah, it's not a small battle, but compared to the Heresy, it's a small battle. So we can get the details like, the Iron Warriors were struggling to see exactly what was going on. So they order their crew to fire tracer fire from the hatches, like knowing that they're going to die because this is not the atmosphere to be exposing yourself like that. I
thought the lethality of the environment came across very well in the way they wrote that story.
Yeah,
even to Marines, I thought, this is, you don't mess here. And similarly, the crews in those vehicles knowing full well that they were going to get a shot or two off and then will be dead.
Yeah, not knowing that, like, all you have to do is damage the tank to know you're going to kill everyone in it. You don't have to blow a tank up. It's like that tank has been, particularly when you're talking about the loyalist forces who are out here for revenge. Like, cool. If I blast a hole in that tank, everyone will die in it. I can move on to the next tank now. Like, I don't have to keep firing at it till it stops firing. I can just move on and know that I am taking them down with me, which is pretty cool. Was it like 26 minutes fighting or something like that? The Reborn have to retreat. Yeah, it's it's not, again, so we're not talking about one of the big drawn out. We're talking about a fight that, overall on Tallarn won't really be talked about that much, potentially, except that it's one of the first. But what was really nice to see was, as we're getting there, the main relief force starts to come in. The super heavies are doing their thing, and then all of a sudden, over the hill, 10th Legion Thunderhawks arrive.
That was cool.
Smashing out of a falchion. And it's like, okay, cool. Like, okay, now we're starting the battle for Tallarn. Like, this little fight just happened to be going on.
They managed to put that across in such a way that it didn't feel too much like a, what's it called? Is it Deus Ex Machina? It didn't feel too much like that. It felt like
it wasn't.
No, exactly. It felt like that sort of thing. Like, well, they've got a combat air patrol going on over there, and they've seen something kicking off over there. They divert, have a a target of opportunity. I thought, that seems entirely plausible, and particularly for Tallarn.
Yeah, because that comes in and stops them dying as quickly.
Yeah,
that's it. Like, all of a sudden they're like, oh, we better run, and leaving people behind to die. To face it, and hopefully retreating with enough people. With the Iron Hands are now here. The Tallarn Reborn aren't a massive fighting force. They're going to have to fight a guerrilla warfare. They're going to have to learn how to fight in a way that the Iron Hands have had to as well. Like, without that leadership there. Super cool. And like, you know, as I say, it's the intro to Tallarn really, which I like. And then, as you say, we get these two missions. So we get this mission ambush at row 19, which I think conveys it pretty well.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought it came
We've got
over
a
impressively.
proper ambush layout where the convoy route's going up the middle, like unlike the circular ambush, where so the Iron Warriors player, for want of a better term, has to put half their force in that convoy, and was it no more patrol set? All models in the patrol set must be total no more than 50% of the points value. Yeah, so up to half can be start in the center of that board, and then your other half is going to be reserves that come on later on, and super heavies and flyers can only be in that reaction force. And then the defender doesn't start on the map, but their deployment zones are the full length of the map on each side, 6 inches in. And what special rules we got here? So this random turn length, 4 turns, or roll a 1 over 2, you get a 5th turn. It's pretty good. Survival, victory conditions. So the defender's patrol section, so the Iron Warriors patrol section, if any model has not been removed as a casualty, or all the units in the attacker's army except units with the flyer subtype have been wiped out, the defender wins. Otherwise, the attacker wins. So it's pretty like binary. At least one model from your convoy has to survive, or you have to kill everyone else. Which I don't know how easy that would be, but we will. I'd like to play it out to see actually.
Yeah, I thought so. There's enough little quirks of rules here that just make this kind of cool. I thought it was quite a few things like that, like the whole bits about the hidden tanks.
So the defender gets to deploy these disguised wrecks, which work as it's 2 hull point. You can have Lehman Rush strike tanks, or if you're going to play other stuff, Predator battle tank or Krios battle tank. So you've got these 2 hull point Lehman Rush strike tanks that can't be targeted until they've shot. But you can only use the reaction to activate them. So you can only activate 1 a turn when the enemy moves within 12 of them. But that's cool. That represents the story pretty well.
Yeah,
I think. What else have you got? You've got the Imperial, the Loyalist forces, should I say? They get D3 plus 2 reserve units a turn, starting from the first turn. So if you have lots of individual units of tanks, then you might not get them all on. But if you group up your tanks, obviously they can, be damaged more easily, or they're all in one place and can be units can turn towards them. And then the Iron Warriors player, all of their reserves turn up on turn 3 on the roll of a 4-up, or automatically on turn 4. So there's a ticking clock for the Loyalists there, which is interesting. I say, and this is why I think this mission is interesting. I'm trying to work out how well it will play as a mission. It'll be quite interesting because you're using those 2 deployment zones. I'm wondering what vehicles are taken, because again, we look at the armored forces as well. The attacker's army may include up to 1 allied detachment. The defender must select an army. No models with a movement of 0, and only models with a vehicle type. So you've got to have that. So I wonder if certain vehicles make this quite tricky. Like, how good would your humans be at taking out like multiple armor value 14 vehicles? Because your smaller vehicles, if you can, if you're putting units on both sides of the map, you can expose rears and things like that. But your Land Raiders, your Spartans, or what have you, although a Spartan maybe you're paying too many points for. Bearing in mind you might not be getting out because of your vehicles. It's an interesting one. I think I'd have to see it played out to see how it would work. But you've got to do some work early on because you know those forces are coming in later in the game. What can the attacker only vehicle type or walker type? And if you have an allied detachment, it must consist of up to 2 Xiphons as an exception to the Crusade Force organisation chart, which again is nice. It's like really restrictive, but that helps tell the story. I like it. I think it's a cracking legendary mission.
Yeah.
In terms of making you feel like you're in that battle. Oh, I think they've done a great
I agree
job.
completely. I thought that was a very cool one, and it's quite neat. It's quite contained. It just ties in so well with that other one, and maybe it's because it's Tallarn, maybe it's just because it's forces I have. I'm sort of drawn to it. I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah,
I think it's cool as
it.
well. It's different, and it's different as well. All tank forces. So we also have armored spearhead missions.
Yes.
As a way of playing the game.
It's
so
a sort of game mode, isn't it? It's a game mode.
Yeah, like
the mission pack. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because the mission sequence is always like you select your mission first. This one is select armored spearhead missions because there's some decent changes to the rules. So you have you must include more vehicles than any other kind of unit. So if you're going to play a vehicle game, you gotta have vehicles. And then you can use the Armored Command Squadron Detachment, Apex Detachment, which is 3 slots, all of which have prime traits that can be taken from the Armored Spearhead prime trait list, which are hardened systems. So you have repair tests made for it in the effects subphase of both controlling players' start phase and end phase. So twice a turn, which is pretty good. Or you always count stationary for the purposes of claiming the benefits of heavy X special rule. Not bad. So, a nice little Apex detachment for you. On top of that, you have
those armored spearhead prime traits can be taken as a prime benefit by anything in your army.
No, they're armored spearhead prime traits.
Yeah, but that doesn't lock them to the Armored Command Squadron detachment.
True. How many vehicles get?
Yeah, exactly.
Prime,
that's true.
Trait.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, but in theory, if you could get a prime trait, in your regular detachment, then you can do that. I mean, as you say, the armored spearhead rule means that you can only what's the phrase? You've got to have more vehicles than non-vehicles.
Non-vehicles.
Yeah.
So but it's cool. For any units that fill up, and it's composed entirely with the vehicle type. Yeah. So you've got to have a vehicle unit that can select a prime trait to be able to select it. So you are very limited on that. Then you play your spearhead mission. The primary objectives change. So you score victory points for destroying enemy vehicles. This is interesting. So, okay, so you get when a unit that includes at least one model with the vehicle type has an attack made for it that results in an enemy model with the vehicle type being removed as a casualty, you score victory points. A clean kill. If the destroyed model is reduced to 0 hull points by a penetrating hit and does not explode, the controlling player of the attacking unit scores 5 victory points. So you kill something big, but it doesn't explode. 5 victory points. Makes sense. Total loss. If the destroyed model is reduced to 0 hull points by penetrating or glancing hit and then explodes, 3 points. Cool. Exploded vehicle worth less than vehicle with 1 hull through it, kind of thing. If the destroyed worthless Hulk, if the destroyed model is reduced to nil hull points, 0 hull points by a glancing hit, and does not explode, the controlling player of the attacking unit scores 2 victory points.
So if you've ground it,
games mechanic wise, it makes sense. I suppose there's an argument that you've hit it so many times that you've broken little bits off of it.
Yeah, you've turned it into kind of cheese.
If you never do a penetrating hit to a vehicle, it's less exposed. There's a law thing there where that doesn't quite work.
Yeah.
I've done a penetrating hit to a vehicle in this atmosphere is worth more points than one that's just been glanced. I get it. It's the right way to do it as a victory points thing because it's easy to glancing hit. More weapons can do glancing hits. But there's a little bit of a like on that one for me. But you'd much rather have it work in the game, and kind of. And it's not to say it doesn't work in the lore, but there's a way of looking at it that it doesn't. If you kill something with a non-vehicle unit, you get 1 victory point, basically collateral kill. So you can still kill vehicles. You just get fewer points for it, and then, regardless of the attack modifiers are played, a model with the vehicle type and the base hull points characteristic of more than 7 is worth an additional 2 victory points, and a super heavy or a knight subtype is worth an additional 3 victory points. Cool victory point mission. Loads of tanks. Sounds good. I like it.
I quite like this kind of style of game. I think it makes quite a fun alternative because you've got fewer units you're moving around. It's just a different thing. I did see someone reviewing this saying they weren't 100% certain if the Heresy engine was necessarily the right thing to focus in on vehicles. But per se, there might be better game engines that support that, alternating activations, perhaps. You're removing the assault phase section of the game, but it's an observation rather than a criticism, I think, because I think.
But
it's not a fundamental. It's not something you're playing every time, is it?
I appreciate that, but it's also not 100% vehicles. It's
true.
You've got to have more vehicles than normal.
That's true.
Yeah, you can play 100% vehicles, but it's not actually demanding that you do that. It's asking you to put more vehicles on the table than you probably would.
Yeah.
So it's not. Are those other units going to claim as many victory points? They're going to have to work harder to do it. So you are rewarded for using vehicles, but again, you don't necessarily have to do that. I can see their point. I'm not sure I buy it fully. Also, alternating activations. I mean, you can have a lot of vehicles down, and sometimes alternating activations actually can be sort of more damaging because you can isolate stuff easier. Like, they've moved that model first. Okay, cool. I can move over here instead, and then come back to that bit and pick on one dude. Without, so I'm not that you can't do that the other way, but I don't think it's the grand answer to everything, which sometimes it gets portrayed as. Also, it would take a lot of time, and I don't think, and vehicles aren't, yes, you got the right weapons, vehicles can die, but also you kind of want vehicles to die in this. You don't want vehicles to be hanging on like, this one's on 1 whole point and this one's on 2, and you want stuff to be blowing up within reason. So if you bring a super heavy, it's going to blow vehicle up. That's what it does. But you're going to get a lot of rewards if they can then turn around and blow yours up. So anyway, so they got a couple of specific missions. What we got? Clash of Iron here. Armored Spearhead, First Strike 5, Giant Killer 1. This is a 2-zone deployment. So a 12-inch deployment zone for the secondary deployment and a 6-inch primary deployment zone on the front of that. So front to front of primary deployments is 12 inches. And here we go. So primary deployment zones may only be used to deploy units composed entirely of models with a vehicle type, including models with a vehicle type and transport subtype that have models of other types involved. But secondary deployment zones may only be used to deploy units that do not include any models with a vehicle type, unless those models also have the rapid subtype. I misread that earlier. It's only a 6-inch wide primary zone for all your vehicles to go in. You can have reserves. But that is tight. If you've got some big, and then you're only potentially 12 inches away from the enemy. That is like with the Spartan with a load of Terminators in. Like that mission could be brutal.
Not sure how I feel about that one.
It's hard to predict, I think, with that one. I would be fascinated to know how that plays out.
Because if you don't seize the initiative, which you can't assume you're going to do, and someone puts a Spartan dead center on that map, 12 inches from your deployment zone, with a Primarch in it or a bunch of Terminators, like something's going to die. And there's quite a wide zone around that, which means you're not left with much to deploy if you've got mostly tanks. Interesting, but play it, adjust it. If it doesn't quite work, maybe swap the sizes of those two deployment zones, so you can deploy deeper. Bit of fun. Then they've got reconnaissance in force. So first strike 6, last man standing 9. First strike for only includes models that have the infantry type, and last man standing is for vehicles only. So must make use of the limited infantry support to keep their own vehicles alive. You have 18-inch deep deployment zones, but there's 12 inches on each flank that are cut off. Now, at least half of the units rounded. In this mission, both players must place at least half their units in their army, rounding down. They include any models with a vehicle type into reserve. Half their units. Both players, at least half their units in their army, rounding down. That include any. So half your units that include any models with a vehicle type into reserve. At least half. So if you've only got 50% vehicles, do they all have to go into reserve? Or is it half of your vehicles?
At least half of the units in their army, rounding down, that include any models.
Is that half of your vehicle units or half
yes.
of your? Yeah, it must be, mustn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, tired. When deploying units to the battlefield before the beginning of the first battle turn, the flank deployment zones may only be used to deploy units composed entirely of models with a vehicle type, including transports. Primary deployment zone may only be used to deploy units that do not include any models with a vehicle type, unless those models also have the rapid subtype. So your tanks are on the flanks in this one. And I kind of like this one more. I think that's kind of cool. Weird, but cool.
And then stuff's turning up. Well, the other one I think is sort of. I was just reading the sort of flavor text with it.
Yeah.
It looks like it's intended to be 2 columns. That's why that's so narrow, because ideally you're actually deploying your tanks moving parallel with each other, either in the same direction or either 2 columns that are about to pass each other, almost like the line abreast kind of thing.
Sure.
Which is interesting, but it's trying to encourage that. But there's nothing
mechanically
to force you to do that.
I
agree. Yeah, that's how I read it, as how the intention is. That it's supposed to be that. This is doing it in another way, by having this flank thing, and you're saying that perhaps that would be quite the game. I mean, it reminds me of playing some of the Titanicus games where it's got a deployment map similar to that, and I hate it because people were playing cat and mouse about. Well, I hated it with my particular mana pool, which was Warlord heavy. So you were like, oh, you deploy wrong and you are knackered. And I quite like that with this. The cat and mouse of that is quite fun.
It's a bit more forgiving as well. Movement in this game, and then on top of that, we have toxic environment. We only have one entry for it. Toxic terrain. So it's difficult terrain, and in addition, any model that enters it or moves through it is affected with a necrotic annihilation special rule. So if any models in the unit are affected, must take a toughness test and must be made using the lowest toughness characteristic in the unit, regardless of which models in the unit are affected by the special rule. Okay, cool, interesting. If it's failed, the unit suffers 1 strength 4 wound with an AP of 2 and a damage of 1 for each model in the unit that is affected. Okay. And all models in the unit gain the stunned tactical status. If you pass it, all the models in the unit for which the test gain the stunned tactical status, but with no wounds inflicted. So you really got to have to move through this terrain with infantry to be thinking about it, because stunned hurts, And that's if you pass the test.
Yeah.
So yeah, That's okay. It's lethal. You'd have to put it on the right terrain. You'd have to make it something that people might need to do. Otherwise, there's no point. People will just not go near it.
Yeah.
Let's have a
There is
little
also
look.
something about the
Any area, some missions. Oh yeah, I'm getting onto that in a minute. Sorry, I'm just having a look for any kind of hints of how to use it. I think you're going to have to just play with this to see how. Do you want it on everything? Probably not. But I say you need it to be affecting the game. Otherwise, what's the point? So that's a tricky one to play around. But in addition to all that, if it's a vehicle affected by the special rule, then any models in the unit with the vehicle type that have lost one or more hull points suffer a glancing hit, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I think if you're going to use this terrain, you need to have it in places where stuff is going to have to consider moving through it. Otherwise, people are just not going to bother.
Oh, and similarly, the way it reads at the moment, that if you stay stationary in it, you're not affected by it. It's only when you move, which all feels a bit. There's ways of gaming it, and I think
because if it's
rather against the spirit of it.
Yeah, I'll sit in it, and then if you charge me, you're all taking a
yeah.
strength for it, potentially. Yeah, which is or you're stunned. You're stunned either way. So yeah, I would say anytime
it should be the reverse in many ways. That if you're hanging around in it, you're going to feel the effects of it much more than if you were passing through.
It's not. You're not trying to pick your way through something. It's the after effects of a phagic or nucleonic bombardment. Like that's not going to disappear because you're not moving. So, but it's cool. It's another thing to add in. It's so impactful potentially that, as I say, you've got to work out how to utilize it.
Yeah,
but that's cool.
I think you could. I think you could. I don't think that's too much of a stretch, is it? Yeah.
No, like if you're in an event and someone's getting a bit gamey and they're going to like push it off to the side and just ignore it. But that's cool. I think those missions are fine. I think the legendary mission is pretty well written to showcase that battle. I approve of that.
And succeeds in what it's trying to do. Yeah.
Yes. At the end of the day, you can play armored spearhead missions without these missions. Like you can that might be why they tried to do something really different here, because there's no reason why you can't play a lot of the other missions with an armored spearhead.
No.
Yeah, it works. So we have some new rules. I don't know how well you've looked through these.
I've gone through these in some detail. This is all of it actually. The cohorts, Vegas, Vargas. I've gone through those and the unit types actually there. I think this has got the potential. They're starting off with these new cohorts.
Yeah.
I think these have got the potential to be really quite potent. I think because you could end up with a lot of this stuff, and it's interesting that it's giving you a really interesting way of adding robots into your force.
Sure. And a flavour that denotes. So, what is it? It's 12 units in slots, should I say, in the detachment from dreadnoughts and rapiers and recons and whatever. But they all get a prime advantage, but they have to be from the Vegas prime advantages. So
you could call those prime disadvantages, but yeah.
But it's definitely, because it's quite that's a big detachment.
It's huge, and it doesn't come from your. It's not an allied detachment. It's an additional detachment, so it doesn't reduce your allied points. So it doesn't have an impact there. I'm pretty sure it's an additional. It doesn't mention allies anywhere. So I'm pretty sure that is in addition to, or quite apart from this. There's just extra stuff that you get, and robots are quite good, albeit there's a penalty here in that you're taking this prime advantage. But that's quite flavorful. They're all quite cool. I quite like them.
Are we going to ignore the 1,500 points or less? Because it's not really where we play the game. So you can take this in a 1,500 point or less game, but you're not going to have. It hasn't got command slots.
No. Where's
So yeah,
that
I'm not
part?
too worried about that.
Where's that part? I can't actually see that part.
Next to the Vegas detachment, the Carnage and Pandemonium.
Oh yeah,
It's
got you.
1,500 points or less. Maybe used in place of a primary detachment, but then that doesn't give you command slots. And then you get no additional auxiliary or apex detachments linked to them, but you can still include allied detachments. If it's selected, the following secondary objective is added to the mission. The victory subphase of turn of the player whose army includes a Vegas uses a primary detachment. If one or more enemy units has its last model removed as a casualty, then that player scores 1 victory point. If one or more of the units removed as a casualty has a variant of the line special, they add 2. So you're getting extra points because that. Yep. Yeah, I don't know how.
I wonder why they included that. That's a really interesting thing that they've included.
Because
it's quite an alternative way of putting a force together.
Yeah, so in the player whose army includes enemy units at losses, then that player. That's talking about the enemy player. Because it's a powerful it's one detachment without the need to go and get other stuff. I think you can. There's no tax on it, is it? This is the tax.
No. Yeah.
It must be that.
Tax is baked in. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so these prime advantages, battlefield orphans. So this is all mechanicum, isn't it? We should say.
Yeah.
So slots of this detachment may only be filled with the following units selected from the Mechanical Tank Martyr Army list: Castellax Destructor Maniples, Castellax Battle Maniples, Borax Attack Maniples, Thanatar Siege Maniples, Voltrax Stratos Squadrons, and Domitar Battle Maniples. And then they don't get their Cybernetica trait, they get the Vegas trait. So it's a specific list as well, which is quite cool. And then the prime advantage present may be selected as prime slot field. The unit comprised with a Vegas trait. Nice. So all models in selected to fill the prime slot must begin in reserve and gain the Cortex Corruption and Expendable 1 special rules. When it's deployed on the battlefield, modify the base weapon skill ballistic skill of all models in the unit by +1 to a maximum of 4. The base toughness characteristic of all models by -1. At the end of the last turn of a battle, all models from the unit selected to fill this prime slot are removed as casualties. Interesting. I mean, you're getting the +1.
It's pretty good.
Weapon skill, ballistic skill, and the expendable
that
1.
Baked in. That's something you very much want.
Not
your
bad.
Tech priest to do is to boost those up. For Castellax, for example, their weapon skill, ballistic skill based on its 3, I think, it might be 2. It's not good. You will definitely want to be boosting it normally with your characters. So to have that baked in is great, and I think they've got the inherent toughness to be able to take that hit. But it's cool that it's creating a kind of an alternative unit type with relatively light touch.
Yeah, so this is Battlefield Orphans because they're wandering around the battlefields looking for new enemies, and then fade into the background. That's a cool little hook into playing that and giving you that. They're battle hardened, so they get the +1, but they're also battle worn, so they get the -1 toughness, and expendable and all that. That's cool. Misplaced reinforcements shipped in from a Forge World for a force that's no longer there. They've been woken up and they're slowly reawakening. All models in this unit gain the Cortex Corruption, Expendable 1, and Infiltrate 9 special rules and must be deployed using the Infiltrate special rule. If this is impossible, placed into reserve. If it's deployed in all its models within 12 inches from an enemy model, then all models in the unit begin the battle with 1 wound less than their, or should that be fewer, than their base wound characteristic. Once the unit selected to fill this prime slot enters play, the base weapon skill ballistic skill characteristic of all models in the unit is set to 2. However, in the effect subphase of each of the controlling player's start phases, modify the base value of the weapon skill and ballistic skill of all models in the current unit by +1 to a maximum of 4. So
they slowly wake up.
They're slowly waking up. They're starting off badly. So then all models begin the battle with 1 wound less, and there's a 1 wound less for starting 12 inches away. If the unit is deployed with all its models more than 12 inches away from an enemy model, then all models in the unit selected to fill its prime slot. So they're asking you to be up close and personal if you want to be. Don't want that -1 wound, but because that means the weapon skill and ballistic skill 2 hurt more, which is quite a clever way of kind of giving you that choice. Do you want to start back and limit your poor weapon skill and ballistic skill? Well, okay, there's a price for doing that. Or you can start right up in there and have one fewer wound. And have ballistic skill, weapon skill 2. Interesting.
Plus, there's a gamble of whether you go first or second.
Yeah, true.
That becomes quite a fun part of that, because you could potentially be very stranded if you're going second. You've got these guys out there and you've played them aggressively and you're like, oh.
So I probably should say as well, Cortex Corruption special rule means they cannot be joined by other models or be targeted by cyberthurgy. So you can't play around with the ally in people and try and get around some of this.
I'm kind of glad they've been explicit about
sensible.
that.
Yeah. So what else have we got here? Corrupted programming. The only survivors of some terrible massacre. Logic sent to these automata were so corrupted by the abhorrent horrors to which they were exposed, they drive them nuts, basically. Drape themselves in the remains of the dead. All models in the unit, expendable 1.
What a conversion opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fear 1, special rule, and replace any variant of explodes X to have explodes 4+. In addition, in the charge subphase of both players' assault phases, if you're not locked in combat or has not had a charge declared, the unit immediately suffers a cyberthurgic feedback. They have gone mad. Robots gone mad.
Haven't they just?
Fear 1 is cool. Explodes 4+ is cool. Not having charged can hurt you. That is, again, for what? I don't know how many lines of text this is, including 20 maximum, or 15 including the blurb. That is a whole army made just there.
Yeah, quite.
So clever. Whether it's any good or not, I don't know.
Yeah, that's another conversation. But
yeah, who cares?
Apart from that,
at that point, like you're not taking that because as soon as you read that, drape themselves in the remains of the dead, you're having ideas of an army.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That's super cool. And then malign influence. Somewhere amid the chaos of the horrors, great companion, some forces deliberately tamper with the cortex systems of the automata. Now they rode the battlefield seeking only to destroy a weapon that does not tire, does not question, or stay its hand. So, cortex corruption, expendable 1, and hatred. All models that do not have the automata type special rule. Nice. In addition, have shooting attacks made for it that target friendly. In addition, a unit selected to fill this primary slot can have shooting attacks made for it that target friendly units. Such attacks are resolved as usual and must use all weapons available to the attacking unit. But the target unit cannot react, and neither player may score any victory points as a result of such attacks. If at the end of any of the triangle player's turn, a unit selected to fill this primary slot has not made any attacks in either the shooting phase or the assault phase, then that unit suffers cyberthurgic feedback in the effect subphase. So, if you don't attack someone, you'd suffer a cyberthurgic feedback. To alleviate this, you are allowed to shoot your allies. Your friends.
It's so good, yeah.
Now, how bad? I haven't looked at the cyberthurgic feedback table in a long time.
No.
Do you know how bad it is?
I don't. I haven't got a feel for that. Not having played it, I could look it up.
I almost don't care.
Yeah.
Because, you're not taking it because, if it's completely debilitating, then, hey,
What this is saying to me, these little, obviously, this is what the specialist design studio seem to do so well. They've done it incredibly well, even with the PDFs that they've released for free. And here you've got a 2-page thing that's very flavorful that they've put into this document. Works very well in Tallarn, but works very well everywhere. It's just firing off. As you said, those little bits of text that these specific special rules fire off all sorts of ideas and things you want to do, complete armies almost. But it's also got the individual things. Like this is immediately, if you had a regular opponent, say, that was Iron Warrior or anyone like that, the idea of suddenly taking one of the, I know it's locked to specific things here, but taking something that could represent one of what are they called? Perturabo's bodyguard automata things. Iron Circle. Takes an something that either represents an iron circle or indeed just is an iron circle. Give it that malign influence thing. The thing's gone bonkers. It's been isolated. It's been damaged. It's been left for dead. Has reawakened, but is now in some way damaged. Battlefield orphan or a malign influence. Super cool thing to do. What are these called? Excendio things that the Dark Angels have.
Yeah.
You could create all sorts of things. It's just one-off through to completely rogue aspects of Dark Mechanicum. Roving units. How many stories are there of those sorts of things in the books as well? They've done a lot with very little here. I think very kind of inspiring stuff.
For sure. I've been lazy in using the Google AI overview. Cyberthurgy mishap table can 1 to 3 model can only fire snapshots and fights a weapon skill 1 till the next turn. 4 to 5, the model takes a wound with no armor saves allowed. 6 comes uncontrolled and attacks the closest model while becoming a valid target for all encounters destroyed for scoring. I don't know how true that is. I was having a quick look through, but yeah, cool. Like whatever. I think I think the flavour is there for what I remember going back. People making their own armies, like the original Demon armies, things like that. It's a hobby army first. I'm sure there are some people who will be like, oh yeah, I can do this and I can do that, and it will be filth. Like, people do that, but the majority of people don't do that. They're like, I have a cool idea, I want to execute it. Awesome. Well, hopefully we see some really cool Mechanicum stuff.
I really do. And it was a way that, like, there's quite a lot of ways, including robots in armies now, regardless of your faction, iron cohorts and similar. But obviously Marines have been able to do it for a long time. But this just adds a different way of doing it and quite a flavourful way of doing it. So if you weren't inspired before or didn't particularly like the aesthetic, this certainly allows you to do even crazier things.
Yeah.
And all the coolness that comes with it. And then we've got a few kind of either revisited units or indeed 2 new units, sort of.
Sure. Dracosan command tank.
Of the 2 command tanks, this is the better of the 2.
So we've got a Dracosan and a Spartan.
Yes. A Spartan Prometheus, no less.
Spartan Prometheus, absolutely. So they've both got the tank commander special rule. Oh, no, sorry. Nope, slightly different. So we've got a Dracosan, who's tank commander 2, command vehicle 9. It's command transport, so only models from units that include at least one model with a command subtype may embark on a model with a special rule. Doesn't break any rules, so you've got to be a command model to go on it. And they've got command vehicle, so once per turn with the model special rules on the battlefield, and a unit is required to make a call or leadership test, they can use the value of the tank, basically. So command vehicle 9. It's not bad,
Once
is
per
it?
turn. Okay. No, that is quite good.
It's useful. Yeah, what do you think?
That's very handy.
It's an
that's very handy for Solar Auxilia. I think that's super handy for Solar Auxilia. It's less useful for the Spartan Prometheus, but yeah.
How many HQ tank unit options are there?
There is a tank commander in the Solar Auxilia list, but it's a Lehman Russ. So this one gives you an alternative version of that. I don't know if that's got. I'm going to go look it up. I don't know if that's got the standard tank commander has a tank commander rule.
Sure.
Or indeed the ability to share out his command. I don't think it's got the command vehicle rule, partly because I think that's new for this. So I think you can get the tank commander rule, but I don't think you can get the command vehicle rule. You can't hand your leadership out to others with that.
And that makes sense, right? That is, it's not an attacking tank. It's a vehicle tank designed to run around and do that. 2 auxiliary slots instead of 1. Yeah, that's cool.
That's cool. That is useful.
Yeah, but this expands on the ability to have an all-tank army.
Yes.
Which
gives
is
you
fine.
more utility with that as well.
So how many?
The ballistic skill 4 is quite good on that. You've got ballistic
Yeah.
skill 4 on it, and it can still take the twin las cannon or the demolisher cannon.
Sure, absolutely. I'm just going to grab my one of my books as well now. We should be more prepared for this, shouldn't we? Really, you know, we know what we're going to do.
You can do stuff on the fly. It's all fun.
Oh, I'm a bit behind. I've got to get some of the books. Right. So, what tank HQ tank options does Space Marines have?
That is more limited. A lot more limited from memory. You can do it, can't you? Because you can take an armored spearheady type force.
So, but again, limited, right? So
Yes.
we've got another way to do that with the Prometheus. And it can be a high command slot as well. Value of X. So if you're saying it's high command or command slot, control player may select a number of auxiliary detachments equal to the value of X in the specific variant of the special rule instead of just one. So that's the tank commander rule. I'm just looking, but these may only include armor slots. There we go. And then smoke launchers. Yay, good old smoke launchers. So it doesn't have the augury, the command bits basically take that front gun. There's a picture of one of these where they've taken out the weapon and put the command parts of it in where that weapon goes, which is a nice way of doing it. 420 points to line it.
Yeah, it is a lot. It is a lot for something where you can't change its weapons from the heavy bolters.
Yeah.
But
for some of those missions, I mean, it's command transport as well, so you're then having to put an HQ in it.
Yeah, and it's only got a transport capacity of 8. Which not necessarily a problem with a command-only unit, but
limited. It's interesting. It's Master of the Legion as well.
Yeah.
So it's giving you that.
You've got the Damocles Command Rhino, which is another command thing. That's certainly not Master of the Legion, though.
No. So it is doing some things for you. And again, if you're making tank only armies, maybe it's something you want to look at in that respect. I get it. I think it.
I think the Dracoson provides some real. It's a real option for the Solar Auxiliary. Sure. I think that's a really useful thing, but not least of it because of survivability. The Spartan is so expensive. I'm less convinced by it.
And to model one up as it, and to use it, how often you're going to be playing these games?
I think it would be relatively easy to make that something that you could then turn back into a regular Spartan.
Yeah, absolutely, you could.
Plug and play the front weapon system, and the sponsons are kind of already interchangeable. So I don't think that's too difficult to do that. Whether or not this one is something that's super exciting, I'm not so sure.
I mean, Command Vehicle 9 again, I suppose it depends on the army you're building. If you're building an army where this is your HQ, you're not going to put anything in it. You're playing a couple of these missions where you do have some infantry out and about, but you're able to provide that 9 command value. I don't know. Anyway, cool. You've got the options, and that's not a bad thing.
I agree, and I think that's got some cool modelling options. Like the way I've been working on making a little sort of command transport, albeit at a much smaller scale, quite independently of this existing. So it's a sort of thing that people could do in a lovely little modelling project on. So I think that's worth it on its own.
Cool. Rapiers.
Yes. Now, the Solar Auxilia have needed these, or have used these. These have been very useful in the Solar Auxilia list for as long as the Solar Auxilia have been around. And now we get a slightly updated version of the list of the unit entry to support the new plastic bits that have come along, which have come along like with the marine ones in 2 boxes of 2 weapons each, where previously we only had 3 weapon options. Now we have the 4th new weapon option, which is a mole mortar.
Yeah, what do you think? So, 36-inch
I think
range,
this is pretty good. As soon as I
firepower
saw this,
2.
I thought this is going to sell a few of those boxes. I think
Yeah.
people are going to Solar
Strength
Auxiliary
7,
players are going to like this.
Strength 7, AP3, damage 2, heavy D, barrage 0, armor bane, pinning 1, subterranean.
Subterranean rule's pretty big.
So, following effects are conferred to any weapon in this sport. A cover save or shrouded damage mitigation may not be made to discard a wound or penetrating hit inflicted by a weapon with this special rule, but armor saves or invulnerable saves may be made as normal. Bearing in mind it's AP3, that's cool. Hits inflicted by this weapon against vehicles always count as side armor. A weapon with this special rule may never be used to target a model with the flyer subtype, and can only hit the bottom level of terrain. Fair enough. Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it?
I just love the idea.
Cover,
it makes me think. Immediately that last bullet point immediately makes me think of something like Tremors.
Yeah,
You've
absolutely.
got people all, you got units of guys all sitting on the first floor and above, like don't touch the floor. These things could come up out of anywhere.
Ballistic skill 3 with 2 shots, strength 7 with 2 damage. I mean, they're not going to be moving very often with 36-inch range, are they?
30 points. 30 points per though. So, plus the cost of the weapon, so 55 points. Yeah, 55 points per unit. But
weirdly, they still need to see to shoot their moles.
No, they don't. Barrage 0.
Oh, it's barrage, isn't it? Sorry, yes, barrage. Of course.
You haven't got to be. You can target anything.
Anything. So
this thing,
that 55 points becomes much more survivable.
Yeah, and you could have 4 of them in a unit, or you could spread them out all over the place because you either have a lot of firepower coming off of one unit, or you have lots of units of one.
At 25 points, yeah, that's why it's 25 points, not cheaper, I suppose, because you can hide them.
There is also a thing with these. There's also a thing with these that there is I'm pretty sure there is a cohort special rule. If you go for that artillery one, I forget which type it is. That's your cohort trait, if you like.
Sure.
That is, that gives you a unique reaction. I think it is that any time, like an enemy moves within, or charges you or something, then it charges any of your units. Then you can make you can shoot with a barrage unit that is within 12 inches of the unit that is being either attacked or whatever. These suddenly come into play with that, particularly given the fact they can be hidden. You could have these all over the place. If you can take a few of these because they're not that expensive, and suddenly you've got these AP3 pinning weapons firing, albeit twos because it's, as you say, you're hitting 50% of the time. And I think these are quite handy. I mean, the pinning is a big deal that it's got pinning on it, but it's also going to be fairly handy against vehicles, I would have thought.
Yeah, mid and light vehicles.
Yeah.
Yeah, the armor bane really helps you there.
Yeah,
and then with the heavy D as well.
Side armor and hitting the side armor.
Yes, so you're doing decent amount of damage with each hit. Side armor, as you say, for some tough vehicles, it's going to be 13s. Right? 6 is fine. You've got armor bane. So, is it reliable against the tougher vehicles? No, but it will. A couple of decent rolls and you're going to hurt something against light vehicles. Yeah, it's going to cause real problems. So yeah, some play in there, isn't there?
I think so. I mean, the laser destroyer was fairly useful anyway, as kind of was the quad launcher. They were staples. Heavy bolter, the Gravis heavy bolter is not bad. It's cheap, 35 points. I think we're going to see quite a few of these supplementing Solar Auxiliary all over the place, frankly.
But it creates a lot more targets as well. If you've got like heavy bolters and mole mortars and some laser destroyers out there, it's a lot of little units to shoot at if you can build your army that way. Cool. Okay.
Models, and it's a good way of reusing, given that the Marine design for the Rapier moved on to the contemporary design. I rather like that they've kept the older design for these guys, which is quite fun. And lastly,
Ogrins.
the big boys.
Anything new?
Yes, they have separate weapon options now, and those weapon options are quite tasty. The unit size has changed. You can go up to 10 now. The boxes now come in boxes of 4 rather than the resin packs of 3. And they come with a whole range of weapons to give them now, which is defined as either claws, blades, crushers, or shredders. And I'm assuming somewhere, probably in the box, it tells you which is which if it's immediately obvious. Now, they all come as standard. They're not terribly expensive, 120 points for 3, or a weapon skill 4, strength 5, toughness 5, 4 wound, only initiative 2, or attack thing with quite a lot of very high leadership and cool. Not going to be rushing these things in to do much with the intelligence. Bulky 4. I don't know what Heedless does. Can you remember what Heedless is? Bit of duty means they can't be joined by a great deal.
Suffer. Try and remember. No. I won't be able to find it up. Look it up.
Don't worry, it'll take forever. Expendable 2, quite useful. You'll know pain 5+ and impact attacks, which is quite good as well.
Cannot secure or contest objectives.
Right. Got you. So they come as standard with Charonite claws, and I think those are pretty good, frankly. They are at initiative, which is only 2, admittedly. They're no additional attacks, but they're strength 7, AP 3, damage 2, breaching 5+.
With 4 attacks base as well.
Yeah. On with 3 of them.
It's decent to come.
I'd say so.
If you've got 2 of them, how does that work again? I can't remember.
Any model in this unit may have 1 or both of its Charonite claws.
Yeah, but they come with 2 Charonite claws. It doesn't do anything, does it? Double
Having
up.
2, no.
Doesn't.
It doesn't add anything. In some things like lightning claws give a explicit bonus,
but it's specifically stated.
Yeah, exactly.
A pair or what have you.
It's not like the olden days where you get +1 attacks.
So it's 120. So basically they're 40 points each. If you class them as 45, you all can always have a Charonite blade and have the option. I'm not sure if you need to, but the claws do a good job because the blade is 5 points. So
it is 5 points, and it gives you reaping blows. It gives you those, and you choose the weapon you're using at the start of the attack.
Yes, So strength 5, AP 3, damage 1, breaching 6+ reaping blow 2. So occasionally you'd use that, but it's not a must need. I don't think.
No, I think the problem with that is that reaping blow only triggers when you are outnumbered by your enemy, and these are bulky 4.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have 3 of them in a unit.
Definitely have a couple on because it's so cheap. If I had 6 Ogrins, I'd put at least 2 Charonite blades in there on like your cheap ones. Because
it's still AP 3. Yeah, useful when it starts getting done. I frankly would rather save the points. I'd rather save the points than go for the Crusher.
It's so few points. And here's what I'm going to say. The problem, so the Crusher, so -1 initiative, -2 attacks, so down to 2 attacks, strength 10, AP 2, damage 2, armor bane, and armor breaker. So basically, if you pen a vehicle, you roll a 4+ and you do an additional damage point. Great, brilliant. It's going to hurt loads of stuff. We'll do the Charonite Shredder as well because that's 5 points. So strength 6, AP 4, damage 2, shred 4+, rending 4+. So your Charonite Crusher is brilliant. How many do you need in an army? In a unit, sorry. Your initiative 2 base. You're going down to initiative 1. So yes, you're tough Ogrins, but if you're going up against Terminators, like you're losing any attacks you have if you survived because a lot of stuff might be going before you. It's great for vehicles. Don't get me wrong. Brilliant. So say I had a unit of 6 Ogrins. I might take 2 of these because I would hope that 2 of them.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah.
To deal enough damage to kill your vehicles. So you take 2 of those.
Yeah.
I maybe keep 1 or 2 just as basic keep claws, right? So then you've got 2 or 3 where you're choosing blade or shredder. So blade. Oh, here we go. It's a tough one, isn't it? So blade, strength 5, AP 3 is the big one, damage 1, breaching 6 plus, reaping blow 2. Your shredder, strength 6, AP 4, damage 2, shred 4, rending 4 plus. I would be tempted to have at least one blade, because as you start taking stuff off, if you know you're not going to get,
that's the case, yeah.
If you know you're not going to get to vehicles, you take your crusher off.
Yeah, and
because
then
you don't. If you're only fighting,
starts to become more dangerous.
Yeah, if you're only ever
getting fewer,
If you're only ever going to be fighting Marines, you don't need the crusher. It's so overkill. You're actually losing attacks off of it. The shredder is good, but again, if you're damage 1 stuff, AP4, the blade has a place, especially with Reap and Blow. If you're down to 2 Ogryns and there's like 10 dudes in front of you, it's great. So I would be tempted, and because a unit of 6, so you take the 20 points for the crushers, 1 or 2 shredders maybe. I probably would actually just pay the 5 because it's only 5 points. Like for the
it's
other 2.
It's interesting that we're discussing these in such a way where it is like a mix of them is genuinely quite useful.
I think, yeah.
Give you the utility of these, because delivering these guys into combat is the challenge, because about the only thing they can go in is the Gorkon, I think it is. So they can't go in Drakensons. So that says that they're a countercharge unit. They're something you're holding back, which I think fits the narrative of them. They're sort of held back on ships, I think, to released at certain points. They're marching across the field, in a 4-turn game. They're slow for that point of view. But I like the idea of them being a countercharge. So having those anti-vehicle things, or anti-dreadnought, in fact.
Yes, true.
Well, I say that. Yeah, I think the 2 of those is, as you say, you wouldn't want to go all in necessarily on those. I think that's overkill. But I think a couple of those in that unit is useful. But yeah, I could see the blade. The shredder's in a weird place, being AP4.
With rending 4 plus.
Yeah, true.
So, and because you're strength 6, you're going to be wounding most stuff on 3s anyway.
Mm.
So it's only 1 pip more than you're wounding to get the rending anyway. And the shred is like, it is a weird one. Don't get me wrong, but I think based on 5 points, I think you're looking at like 6 Ogryns is a decent amount. For the sake of 10 points to put 2 shredders on, like it's nothing. It might be if you're really stuffed for points at the end, you take them off those, take 5 points here and there. But I think you put it on initially. What it also allows you to do for, in the right terrain, you can run these across and behind medium cover and things like that. Or as you say, like round a corner, waiting for someone to come onto an objective to countercharge. Generally, you're going to lose one before they get into proper combat. So, look, the bloke hasn't bought any tanks and dreads. It's all an infantry army. Cool. Take the crushers off first. Oh, look, I don't think I'm going to get anywhere near any basic Marines with AP3, or I'm playing someone who doesn't have Marines and the AP4's fine. I'll have the shredders. It allows you to choose who dies, which is not a bad thing. You could make them for specific examples. You could just go all out. I need to kill a load of Marines, and just go claws. Like there's nothing wrong with just having.
No,
again,
I think the base option
just base cheap. Yeah, 120. Yeah, a unit of 3 of these as a counter charge, or as a barrel them up the table at the tactical squad that's going to try and set an objective all game. Is not necessarily a bad option either. 120 points just to throw up the table. You've got to kill them, or they're going to kill you.
I'd be interested to see what unit sizes are going to be good for this, because the minimum unit size being 3 is interesting, given that they've released a box of 4. Because there it's suddenly it's either very canny or a mismatch, because that either says I'm going to buy 3 boxes and have 3 units, 4 units of 3, or I'm having 2 units of 4 or something like that. It's a
How
the
easy is
curious
it to
mix.
take loads of these units in Force Org? It's not.
Great question.
Because
The
if you
heavy assault thing is not. Let's get into is not the most common in the world.
No.
The fact that it's the image that's on the front of the book is particularly entertaining.
Boy, you get a prime benefit on one of these guys.
Oh, combat veterans.
Yeah.
Are they support? Can you not do that? I think you probably can. Though.
I don't know. I'd have to look. But I could see someone bringing like multiple small units of these, like, and having them on the table and just pushing up. It could be
actually,
quite tricky.
Have got a bit of a problem. Get these.
What's that?
Well, none of the solar auxiliary detachments have the heavy assault slot, so you're relying on the standard force organization, standard auxiliary detachments. Horus Heresy.
Yeah, it's. I wondered that. In which case, you'd be leaning towards bigger units, or medium to bigger units, because it's not worth only taking 3 guys.
So you need the shock assault auxiliary detachment. So you need enough.
How many are in that?
Officers, 2.
2, so you're only getting 2, and you can take plenty of officers, so you could do that. So there is an option to doing that, and having, like, if you had three units of 3 of these, like, across the front of the table, and you're just running them at base marines, like, that's scary. They have to be dealt with.
Yeah,
it's not necessarily a bad option.
No.
But then you can tailor your bigger unit to then be able to punch whatever it needs to.
Yeah.
Leadership 12, cool 10
I
is
think
great
we're
as
going to
well.
see a lot of these. I think we're going to see quite a few of these things running around.
It's a bit like having the armies where you've got a load of Rough Riders. Like, they can do something. Like, it's not always going to work. Sometimes it's going to run into the brick wall, but it can be scary as well.
It's probably quite a good thing that the Solar Auxilia don't have one of their tercios as having the heavy assault.
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely.
That would be a little broken.
So they score because they're expendable 2 as well. So that's helping reduce, like, the fact that if you're using them in that way and they're dying, you're not giving up, not hurting you as much in that respect. But
Tactical command section's got Officer of the Line 2. So you just take one. That's 100 points. And you take them.
Yeah.
And you've suddenly got access to 4 of those guys. So yeah.
2 small units, 2 medium units. Again,
well, it's the 4 units of 3, as you said. It's
that's 240. That's
relatively economic.
480. It's a lot of points. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
because it's
a lot to kill as well.
480 base. But yeah, it's a lot of wounds, and it can hit hard.
It's a lot of toughness 5 wounds, albeit only AP 4, but feel no pain 5+, and they're expendable too.
Yeah, and they got they've got to be dealt with. When you've got tanks and, like, are you going to be firing your las cannons at these if you've got some Lehman Russ rolling up the table? Maybe not.
The rapier with the laser destroyer is always quite, because when I've been putting a solar list together, yes, you've got the vanquishers and stuff, but that's quite a big, expensive platform to have that one gun on. Taking out your Spartan equivalents, your armor 14 is still a worry, particularly when stuff's coming at you. A Spartan is coming at you as aggressively, and Land Raiders are usually the same, coming at you as hard and quickly as possible. Having something there that could receive it, rather than thinking, "Oh Christ, I've got to make sure I hit this thing with my ballistic skill 3 guys."
Or, as you say, if you've got a piece of terrain near the middle of the table that you can hide behind because it's medium or because it's line of sight blocking, and that your opponent's got 4 or 5 Ogryns back there with a couple of those fists, are you going to want to just barrel up your tank into the middle where they can get charged? Maybe not. So there's an element of that as well. Like, is it foolproof? No. Is it a threat? Yes.
Yeah. Is it useful? Yes.
Yeah,
and I think these are nice little additions to the revision.
It's not the guarantee. It's the when you're moving towards something, you're like, oh, he could do this. So do I want to do that? Like, that is enough. The potential. So yeah, I like them. They're cool.
Yeah,
and they're cool models. They're classic Heresy models as well.
Yes,
my Heresy unit.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Nice. I think the plastic one looks like a nice update. I certainly want to get some of these.
Very good, very good. Okie dokie. Right.
Cool
well,
book.
that's the book.
I thought it was a cool
Again,
book. Another good entry in the in these books.
Yeah, every time I get these books, it's like, for what they are, like, they're not pretending to be anything they're not. We know what we're getting with them now. Whether you want GW to go this way or not is a different matter. But what the book provides, it's a very well produced thing. The lore is the best bit of this book. One legendary mission, 2 very specific missions. Your mileage is going to vary as to whether you want to play those or not. The extra units, 2 of which again are very dependent on that, 2 of which are solo auxilia. If you're not a solo auxilia player and you're not interested in tank, there's not much in here for you.
And it's interesting how that does change.
Weirdly,
because I am a solo auxiliary player, and I'm not. Well, why would anyone not think this is great? But of course, that's exactly the point you're making. This one appeals to me particularly, but I can see why it wouldn't.
Solo auxiliary players and Mechanicum players, weirdly.
Yeah.
Like, and all of a sudden,
serious players.
Yeah. All of a sudden, there's this whole thing. Like, if you're playing Mechanicum and you want to do something funky, this book's really important out of the blue. Like, there's no way of knowing from the outside that there's this massive aspect to this, which you can play with. And again, for that price point, that's fine. I don't mind. I wonder how well they're selling. I don't really know. I'm sure they are. No, these books, these journals.
Oh, the books. Yeah, I would be fascinated. Yeah.
Because I say, just if you're a Heresy lore fan, like, it's really cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, go out and get it.
Yeah,
that's what I think
it's really nice. Yeah.
It's very cool. I need to double check if I've actually bought all these books. And when I put an order in for this one, make sure I've got the others as well.
Including the smaller ones, the Legions ones as well.
Yeah.
Those are the ones I find I tend to have gaps in.
Yeah. It's let's say we get these digitally, so we don't get given a book. So we do buy these ourselves.
I much prefer having them there as to hand.
Yeah, for sure. Although, like, there's so many books in this edition. Like, gaming with them is becoming it'll be interesting to see if we do get an anthology which brings these together. I wouldn't necessarily mind that.
No.
Whether I would then buy them all as they go
yeah.
through, or just wait until the end of the year and pick them up. I don't know.
But you do wonder if at some point that's going to be a thing, because the bloat does start to become real at some point.
Oh,
same with the mission packs. Yeah.
Just trying to remember where the stuff is, like, which, I need to be able to take this unit, but I want to do this. Okay, I think I can do that. Let me check all these books.
Yeah.
I don't know. Tricky one. Wonderful stuff. All right.
Good stuff. Good job. I enjoyed that book. Good chat.
Yeah, for sure. Have a good one, man.
You too, buddy.
We'll come back.
Soon.
We'll talk about. We're not doing that. We're going to come back. We're going to talk to Neil Hollis. Well, we'd like to welcome back. This is awkward. This is ex-co-host meeting new co-host.
This is ex-wife meeting the new girlfriend.
Oh,
Indeed.
whoa. What's actually happening is that Neil and I are teaming up and just an aggressive
Taking over.
takeover. I'm just going to take you out. I mean,
Yeah, fair.
it's just going to get rid of the dead wood. Sorry, bud.
Truth. But yeah, we got Neil Hollis back on because the Imperial Truth has won another Golden Demon.
Yep.
We count them all here, Neil.
I hope you're keeping count because the tally's quite high now.
It's like the Who. Like the Who always said, there's only two ways to leave the Who, or one way to leave the Who, and that's in a coffin. And it's a bit like that with the Imperial Truth. So once you're in, you're always in, and we count every award you get as one of ours. So between us, we've won quite a few Golden Demons. And
I don't feel we're pulling our weight, Greg. I feel we've got a little bit of distance to cover, haven't we?
Well, something like that. I mean, for newer listeners, I think one of my funniest Neil moments was sat with him when he had three Golden Demon winning models at Heresy Weekender, and him going, "Oh no, I haven't won. Oh, if that hasn't done that well," and I'm like, "No, your Perturabo is way better than those two." And yeah, you weren't feeling it that day, were you?
No, not that day. Although I did win, but
I was like, no, your Perturabo's the best model you did, but it's all good fun. But we've got you on because some more success.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
Adepticon, a success in America.
Yeah, well, I like Adepticon. It's one of my favourite events to go to, and one of my favourite demons, just for the access and the setup and all that sort of stuff.
Sure. So this is the second year it's been in Milwaukee, and it's obviously I couldn't go this year, but last year was really good. Obviously, they were settling into their environment. How was it this year?
Yeah, I think that first year was learn the layout, where everything is. Learn where you can go and grab a coffee, where the places to eat are, all that sort of stuff, where all the classes are being held. So it felt a lot easier this year because you sort of knew where everything was. It felt pretty slick, pretty well organised. I think the old queuing system for passes and everything is a lot better. Although I picked mine up at the sort of the painting area bit because sort of teaching classes there. But it seems pretty slick, pretty well organised. They've still got a few issues that they've got to iron out. They've got security everywhere on every entrance and exit, and there's like metal detectors you walk through. But if you try and walk through with outside food or drink, then you are treated like a terrorist. So,
wow.
I found when I went, obviously I don't know what it was like this year. I found when I went, I was carrying in a small amount of snack food and like a can or two of non-alcoholic drinks, and got nodded through. It felt to me the first year that it was, if you're bringing in whole pizzas or plenty of food and alcoholic drinks, then it was a different beast.
Yeah, similar vibe is from what I've been told. I heard some stories where someone was sort of running some classes and decided to treat his class, so he went out and bought a load of food and drink for everyone because it was a late class. Right. And then they stopped him on the door, and he said, "Oh, okay, I'll just leave it here, and I'll get everyone to come out and eat it." And they said, "No, you either leave now, or we're booting you out." Oh,
blimey! That's
cool. It was all a bit heated. I think they could do it better. As in, there's not many places inside that you can eat or drink, and they're only open at a short amount of time. And if it's a 24-hour access sort of place, and you want to, maybe have something to eat and drink at 11 o'clock at night, you then are not allowed to bring anything in, so it becomes then a bit of a nightmare to organise.
It's a bit of an edge case, though. So
it is. It'd be nice if there was more bars and things inside, because obviously it's all like little pop-up places. You haven't got that central bar like the old place had, where everyone would hang out at the bar, and then you could just then go walk off and go play a game, or walk off and look at the cabinets. It's the one letdown of the venue. Everyone will go to the millions of places around that you can do, which is a real positive to have, but it means there's a less central place. Yeah, you're right. With Golden Demon, was it pretty much set up the same as last time? Exactly the same. So cabinets in the same area, same places you put them all in, awards in the same big room upstairs. So yeah, I mean, because that's exactly the same. I think that works. You know, keep what works
Sure.
works, and you then haven't got to try and work out the new system or like, oh, where's it being held this year? So it was nice that you knew where to walk to if you wanted to go to Golden Demon.
And as much as Golden Demon's ever going to work, because I mean, I tell you, for newer people, go back to the mid '90s when it was downstairs in the NEC, and there were queues all the way up to the top of the stairs. Then, like there are queues wherever you go to see Golden Demon, to look at those cabinets, even at Salute. Like
you mean the unofficial queue system, which loads of people get a bit funny about. We always say, look, people like sort of barge in and go, there is not a queue. You've made a queue.
It is. It's a funny one. It helps if you're 6 foot plus, because you can sometimes just walk behind the queue and look at 50% of the models as anyway.
Well, I think that's what makes it so good in my eyes, is the fact that it's 24-hour access, so that there's always then painters hanging around the cabinets at like 11 p.m, 12, 1 a.m, and at that point you can just walk up to the cabinets and have a look. So I always feel that if you want to go and have a look at sort of a sillier clock time and have a good look, rather than trying to fight hordes of people to have get a little peek at the cabinet.
Yeah, that is definitely a good idea. Also, if you're there fairly early, you can see a lot coming in and get a real good view as well. Also, if you never want to meet painters and their little weird habits, you just avoid that spot at those times.
Yeah, it's pretty much on its own, isn't it, in the venue? So that's quite handy as well.
That's good. So this year, what did you paint this year, Neil?
Well, this year I decided, after pivoting many, many times on different projects, I decided to paint the Space Wolf, and his name is Gregorius Dan.
Well, there we go. There we go. I think I said on the show, I got a text message. Can Space Wolves have red hands?
Yeah, no, I did tap him up for some insider knowledge, knowing that you would know exactly the full background history of everything Space Wolf.
Something like that.
Yeah,
because it is important, isn't it? It's not important to be like to have it exact, but it's important not to contradict.
Yes,
the law.
There's a fine line that you could go. For me, you're obviously looking for a model that you've got to paint in a way that it's really interesting and catching, and the color scheme has got to work. But then you've also got to play within the rules, as in it's got to be lore accurate. It's got to be Warhammer. So if you stray from that, that you end up painting an Ultramarine with maybe the wrong colors on his legs or on his shoulders, you're going to get people, you're going to lose out on that important factor, it being that sort of Warhammer legal sort of thing. So there's probably a little room to play. And when I was painting said piece, I was like, well, I want to do some red spot colors and I want to paint his hands red. And then I thought back to the old, the old second ed Space Wolves, where you'd have the blood claws with just the fingers red. And I thought, well, maybe I could do some red fingers. And I thought, well, the one person that I know would know is Greg.
Bless. Because I mean, Howard, you brought up in the show that there was a model that was disallowed, wasn't there? Because it didn't fit within 40k from Necromunda, was it?
Yeah, that was an interesting story, because there was quite a backstory to that. The artist who'd done it had a model. I think it was that person had a model disqualified, but either he then painted. I can't remember which way around it was.
No, his friend
painted a model of him.
Of him as a Necromunda piece.
That's right.
I think one of my, because that was taken. I didn't see the original model, so I don't know why that was removed. But I always remember Heresy Weekender when Richard Gray had his knight that everyone was saying was going to win something, but it didn't quite feel 40k. It didn't echo the feel of 40k, and therefore didn't place that high. And I must admit, when I looked at it, my initial response was, it doesn't quite fit for me. So it's an important aspect.
One of the criteria they talk about is it has to scream Warhammer. So it's got to feel as though it's really within the worlds, and it's got to then, with that, the lore has got to be accurate to a degree, as in like there's room to maneuver with lots of stuff. But if you go too far outside those lines, then you've literally shot yourself in the foot.
Yeah, you can't have Terminators flying through the air or things
Yes.
like that because
Precisely. And with Heresy, it's even more stringent, as in there is a real strong sort of, this is the right type of armor for this type of, this campaign, and this battle had these legions in it. So you had, that you've got that storytelling element that's very strong.
There's an interesting nuance to that, which I hadn't appreciated, because I knew that because there are people who put in kind of wackier and wackier things, particularly into the main Golden Demon, when you've got lots of people putting things in, and some of those are quite creatively out there, should we say. They're making almost either a point or just being a bit silly with it, and they're just having fun with it, whatever. And I've heard about those being put to one side, even removed from the cabinets. Not necessarily, but essentially full on disqualified from it. But I hadn't appreciated that actually what you're talking about there is if you shift it the wrong way and it doesn't quite capture the mood, or doesn't, as you say, doesn't scream Warhammer, then you may still be in the competition, but you might hurt your placing. It's an interesting sort of soft judgment there. I didn't realise that there was quite the nuance to that.
Louise Sugden entered her Rainbow Marine, I believe, this year, knowing full well that she's not going to get anything for it because it's not 40k, like the way she'd done it. Like, it's not, classic 40k. You've got to remember, this is, it's a Games Workshop competition, but it's also advertising, isn't it?
Yeah. Clearly,
it's advertising. Also, if you think about it, it's selling their product to a degree where that's why these rules have sort of started to come in, and people are sort of saying, "Oh, this is ridiculous." But like, it's the way now that they brought the rule in where you can't have something that's fully scratch built in the different categories. It's got to be a conversion to a point, and if it's more than, say, a conversion, if it starts to go into the realm of scratch built, it goes into open. Because ultimately, if you're then just producing your own models and you're entering it into a Games Workshop painting competition, you can see why they would be a bit sort of like, don't know if we want that.
Yeah, it's also, are you a painting competition? Are you a whole thing competition? Are you a modelling competition? Then, obviously, there's more than one skill going into that, and there are certainly different competitions around the world that celebrate that more. It's cool. Enter that, and then the open category allows you to do all those kind of things, but keeps the level field the playing field level for the sword.
Yeah, well, the one thing I do agree with is the whole not allowing to have where you have a sculptor and a painter and you have these combined entries, because I feel that is a massive uphill battle if then suddenly you pair off with an amazing sculptor, and that if you as Joe Bloggs would contact that sculptor and say, "Oh, could I have a custom piece for an entry?" they would be like, "Well, no, I'm too busy." So then suddenly you've got a disadvantage to everyone else. So I do like the fact of it's a solo entry piece, as in you want to be good enough to sculpt and convert, then you do that, but it has to be your work, not like joined at the hip with someone else.
I always wondered with that as well. It could almost start to become a team effort at that point, where you could have several sculptors working on it. I've got a weapons guy, I've got an armor guy, I've got got the overall composition guy. And then same with the painting. I've got a non-metallics metals guy. I've got a flesh. There's a number of ways you could take that and become as a team effort kind of submission, which does seem. I mean, that would have its own set of challenges, clearly, but I agree with you. You have to draw the line somewhere, and it feels like it's in the spirit of the thing to be an individual thing. I think
so.
Yeah, awesome. So, where was I going to go? Okay, so your Space Wolf. Was it I want to paint a Space Wolf, or was it that model's cool, I want to enter this Space Wolf?
So it sort of came from, I've been running some painting classes in Element in central London. So I've been doing like these evening classes. The first one I did was a Space Wolf painting class, and I painted Arjack with a group of people. Good fun. And then I'd rattled through a few more of these, and I sort of set my goal on that what I would be doing was going to be doing some sort of Chaos Dwarf for a Golden Demon entry, and I planned this big elaborate base and all sorts of stuff I was going to be doing for it. However, literally at the last minute, and this was it was literally on the run up to Christmas. I just decided that actually no, the Chaos Dwarf model was going to take way too much work. Where I wanted to resculpt bits that I wasn't happy with, and like all this work. So I then just literally was sat in between Christmas and the New Year and thought, do you know what? I've got this short amount of window painting time left. What can I get done? And obviously, it hadn't been that long since the Space Wolf kits had come out. And I was literally just, perusing through the internet, and I went, do you know what? Those Wolfguard Terminators look absolutely epic.
Yeah.
I went, I could do a really good Space Wolf Terminator. So I literally ordered the box. I think it was the day after Christmas. It arrived virtually next day with Element, and I built it on New Year's Eve, and I started painting on the 1st of Jan.
Quick for you.
Yeah, well, this is it, right? So started painting 1st of Jan, and then I got it done. So the model itself, the actual model, if you exclude the silly base, was done by the end of Feb. So 2 months. And as you know,
Wow.
Greg, that is like light speed for me.
Yes. We won't go into stories about Neil trying to get his 3 models done for that heresy weekender and the cost it almost cost.
Yep.
Yeah, but okay, cool. Let's talk the base, because I mean, by this point, like, have you got to the point now where you're just like, can we call you the Space Marine guy?
Probably. I mean, I do like a lot of Space Marines, and Space Marines are my first love. Painting, that's probably why I love the Heresy so much, because it's Space Marines pretty much, isn't it? Space Marines versus Space Marines. And yeah, I think they're my comfort zone. I do try and mix it up with different things, and it was funny because in the spirit of all the things I do with AI, I had decided to ask Claude the other day. I asked it to do some deep research on what I would normally paint, and it to predict what my next Golden Demon entry would be. And it actually came back with, he likes to paint a lot of Space Marines, but he likes to alternate between Xenos and Space Marines. So as he did a Space Wolf the previous year, we think this year he will do some sort of alien model, and it predicted that I was going to paint some sort of Tyranid, is what Claude thought I'd be painting next.
I wouldn't say it's as overwhelming as that's putting out. I mean, you've got I'm on Golden Demon Compendium here, and you've got 11 Space Marine entries and 5 not Space Marine entries on there. That's not overwhelmingly Space Marine, I'd say. That's 2/3.
Well, I mean, I think it's quite a few. I mean, I asked it to do a workout from my last, I think, 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I'd say it's an accurate representation.
And then it did say, and don't forget, he painted a Horus back in.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's an accurate prediction, but I think it's it's clearly a Space Marine leaning, an armor.
Yeah, I like Space Marines. I like power armor. I like the range of which I can paint is very clean, tidy. And power armor adds to that. And yeah, I find them fun to paint. So you've always got to paint something that you enjoy the most. I think that is the key to any painting. Really, paint what you love. If you're trying to paint something you don't enjoy, then you're just in for a world of hurt.
I forgot you did that little goblin.
Oh yeah, the little one that I did. Yeah, that was so funny, that entry. That was
sorry, let me just check notes. Don't mention AI. Okay, right, I'll cross that one off. We're not gonna touch that subject.
It's a shame because I use it a lot. We'll go there a different time.
It's all good. So is it literally just you enjoy painting that style, like a style that benefits Space Marines?
Yeah,
is that the main reason?
Yeah, I think so. Because I think if I look at my painting journey from way back when, it was very much back in the early days, especially when we were doing a lot of events and things. Greg, it was very much the sort of standard heavy metal style of neat edge highlighting, clean, crisp painting. And I'd say my style was evolved a bit into more sort of volumetric style of painting, but that style still works. We're keeping that sort of style clean and tidy works really well with Space Marines because you get all of those volumes on the armor. So that's something I've always leaned towards, and I do enjoy it. I think when I paint, as you know, like late at night, I'll paint a very small area till it's complete. And with a Space Marine, I can break that into lots of easy, small little bite-sized chunks. You know, I can paint a part of the foot, part of the leg, and I can work my way around the model. Whereas if you've got something that is a bit more, you know, a big, I'm trying to think of some, like, you know, Tyranids would be my absolute bane, because lots of flesh and like skin, you know, it'd be very hard to break down into separate parts to paint. And I find it a lot more tricky to paint than I would a Space Marine.
That's something I haven't really thought of before, actually. So that becomes almost like a subconscious kind of thing when you're choosing a model, that, you know, I can do this, I can do that. Because I think of Tyranids, I think the carapace would be a joy for you to do.
I think for me, because it's so naturally looking, I'd always be trying to steer into some sort of natural effect, or
sure.
And I think that would then not be doing like in a clean, like armor style.
Fair. Okay.
If you look at the Space Wolf, you'll notice his armor is very, very like smooth, blended.
Yeah,
I really enjoy doing that, and I would struggle to do that on something that was more natural and like fleshy.
Sure.
So.
I forgot you did the Cataphractii Space Wolf back in 2016, actually.
Actually, think about it. There's a lot of space.
It's nice that it's a 10-year 10-year revisit on the Space Wolf. There's something appealing.
Oh, Claude, does this mean we're going to get next year an Iron Warrior?
Maybe.
So because I'm now looking through the Golden Demon Compendium.com. Go there and find all the GW Golden Demon photos that Rich could find. There is not a lot of flesh on your winning models. Certainly, like you know, Space Marines might have a head out. Some of them don't. Or you know, Terminators, the Dreadnought particularly. But you did that little Goblin. You did the X-Dite. Even the
X-Dite's an exception, though. Yeah, but you got reptilian skin there.
Yeah, you got reptilian skin, but not much elf skin on show.
Yeah,
it's only the homunculus. There's a fair bit. So I suppose that does, back that up a little.
That didn't do particularly well. So sort of.
There we go. Screw that. Never doing that again.
Yeah, never doing that again.
There's a Tyranidy part in that one. It's out now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's cool.
I get what you're saying though about the breaking it down in individual pieces, because I'm just comparing that with how I almost struggle to that, and you see that particularly with the higher end competition painting. You'll see people really focus down on individual pieces, whereas I would struggle to think about how I'm posing it, how the light is falling on it, and maintain that over everything. Whereas I would imagine that becomes more predictable. More easy to do with the power.
It becomes trickier with sub-assemblies as well, because it's very often you build the model, you look at the model in sprue form, and you see it in the box, and you sort of semi-build it, and you split it apart into sub-assemblies. The biggest problem you can have then is when you're painting those individual bits. If you're not considering where the light is, or having that good mental image of where that part sits on the model, and you paint the light in the wrong place, that can be a real nightmare.
I can believe that.
You put things together and you go, oh, that bit's facing the wrong way. So that is a problem. But then also it gives you such better access, and it gives such a better result that actually I think the benefits are way higher than the negatives. Right. So it's one of those ones. And for me, it just, my brain works in that way that I almost have a set pattern that I'll paint a model in as well, which is weird. I will always start with the right leg. I'll always start with the right foot, and I will work my way up that leg. Then I'll work up the other leg, and then I will do the torso, and then I will do the arms, and then I'll do the head. And at the moment, I'm doing a painting class, another one in Element. And because obviously the class is split into set things to do each week, I'm having to break that cycle. So the first class was doing the head. The second class was doing some leather that was on the shaft of the axe, and then the third one is doing the armor color. So, and I'm doing it on like a shoulder pad. So I've broken my cycle of starting with the foot, and it feels really weird when I look at the model. I'm like, oh well, hold on, I painted that bit, but I should have done that bit first. So in my head, I'm all in confused state, trying to work out how I'm going to retackle it. But in my head, I'm like, right, to finish this thing off, I'll almost start again. I'll start then at the foot, and I'll work my way back around the model. But
it's fascinating that you'd lock in on that. You'd lock in a particular pattern to way to do it. But I think that must help with the trying to predict, essentially, because you're predicting where light would fall.
Well,
so
again,
I kind of get it.
You know roughly what you're painting, and I think it's probably a touch of the tism where you're just like,
Well, I was about to say, actually, do you always have an idea when you're painting an arm and it's in a pose in your brain? Have you got set in how the model looks, where that arm is? Is that a natural thing for you to do?
Yeah. For me, usually the sub-assembly is usually on some sort of like a brass rod or something. I use a lot of brass rods when I make sub-assembly, and I usually keep them quite long where I can then bend them into shape, or I can get access by bending it out the way and then I can get underneath or whatever. But I'll often try and mount it in a way that it's sitting the way it would sit on the model, but that if it's an arm, it's sitting in the right pose, so that when I'm holding it, it's the right way round, and I can then visualize where the light's going to go. So if I didn't do that and it was, say, upside down, the habit is then you would then just naturally put the light on where it's currently facing, and then when you actually go to mount it, you realize, I've done it back to front. I've done it, I've done it the wrong way around. So I try and build the sub-assemblies that way, so they sit naturally, so they sit in the right way around.
That's quite clever for you, actually.
Cheers.
Quite surprised, because I must admit, I was assuming that you would just have the kind of brain which has got the model in your head the whole time. That you were naturally good at doing that, and because most of your models are relatively stock, you might shift a weapon, a little bit, turn a little bit, but you're not cutting up models the same way other people are to completely repose them all the time.
Yeah, I can't stand too much heavy, resculpting work. The sculpting element of the hobby is I hate. So I go minimal on that. But and also, I have a philosophy that to resculpt a model or to do a conversion is different, like, combining maybe a different head or a different weapon or something. But when you're then going, right, I'm going to resculpt this model, I find it hilarious when people go, well, I'm just going to resculpt it because it looks better. I'm going, pretty sure the sculptor that sculpted this is a better sculptor than you.
Yes, Andy.
I look at it very much of the way of, okay, I know I can't make this much better than the actual sculptor, therefore I'm not going to try and resculpt it. I'm going to work with more stock and go that way. Some people can resculpt stuff and it looks amazing. I'm not one of those people.
I've just noticed they've called your model Logan Grimnar.
I know. I don't know why.
Get a hold of Rich. Sort it out.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's not Logan Grimnar. Don't disrespect my Logan Grimnar like that.
What they should have. What they should.
I don't know why.
Greg, as an authority on the Space Force, they should have called you and check. Is this Logan?
Rich?
Yeah,
I know better.
I don't know why. I don't know why they did it.
Maybe it just popped into his head while he was doing it. I'm pretty sure his mind would have been fairly scrambled. He was entering all however many thousand entries there were.
I'm sure
on the thing. Okay, cool. So that's interesting. So you're trying to maintain the pose with the things, which saves you the brain power of having to work out how the light's hitting and everything. And is the light hitting? This is just thing that, and I assume it's just you're looking at the model, deciding where it would look best for the light to hit, or is there an element of how easy is it to approach the light hitting from top left, top right?
Yeah, so there's generally a pose from, like, if you look at the model will be posed in a particular way, and it's never like a flat on pose. There's always like, an area that's leaning in, or there's a weapon being held out, and you've got to consider the light from how that would best strike that model. So it's often considering, is it coming in from the left, is it coming in from the right, the light, and then that will then generally decide on how I want to, where I want to put those light areas on the model. And then it's just keeping that in mind, and you just got to keep that, the golden angle of the model, keep it like in tuned in your brain. And a lot of the time, it's just, I think it's instinctive. Okay, well, that arm's there. That means the light's going to hit it at this point, and you highlight to work to that way that light's falling, and you can tweak it and you can manipulate it. And then there's a few times that I might glue something together and then think, oh, actually that needs to be a bit further round, or change it. And you can do those sort of things. If it's massively off, then it's a pain, but on the whole, it's not too bad. And I think the more you do it, the easier you find it. When you're first doing it, you're probably having to think a lot about, where's the light hitting, lots of reference points, and taking photos and then putting light sources on the photos and trying to work it all out. But then it's like anything, once you've done something enough, it's sort of second nature, really.
Or if you've got a natural eye, you're a natural artist. I can look back at people like, in fact, I was just looking at something, and Silver, who was on the scene for a little bit and came to the Heresy launch thing, who was an artist who picked up painting, and you could see she was an artist because of the way she painted. So light for her was a natural kind of, oh yeah, of course you would. Whereas for someone like me, it's like, but so it can be learned, but also can be a little bit ingrained anyway.
Yeah, I think cool. I think if you come from a more classical art background, you're gonna know a lot about how light interacts with things. I think it's harder in some ways with a 3D piece because it's naturally having light cast upon it, and you've got then that 360 element where if you start turning it, that light source then becomes incorrect into the point at which you're viewing the model. But there's elements that make it. I mean, it's like sometimes you paint it and you just know instinctively it looks right or it looks wrong. Sometimes you can look at something and go, well, that doesn't look right. I'll change it.
Cool.
So that comes down to that point about comparing seeing things in the hand versus having them seen via a photo. I mean, that's why Compendium and things don't come in quite well, because you get multiple angles and things, but the 360s that certain pieces people like GW used to put out was quite handy. When you obviously you can't all see them even in the cabinets, you only tend to be seeing them from one angle, and it makes such a difference then when you're viewing it in the round, if you like.
Exactly. I think viewing anything in hand is way different to viewing anything online. And photos, the one thing you've got to take away from a lot of these events and lots of these online things is that photos don't tell you the full story. And looking at
you think really how much can go wrong between the photo and the person viewing it. Like the monitor, the phone, or whatever they're looking at can be color shifting it. The graph can shift it. The environment they're taking it in. There's just so many places it can go in that it could just go awry. So obviously, seeing it in person is going to be another thing. But it's an interesting aspect of it about that. I've always wondered about that, was particularly when people are getting into source lighting and similar. It must become an absolute challenge about, do you work with the natural 3D shape, or do you play with that? Like you say, it's not just art, is it? It's anyone who's got there's a whole range of different things that could be influencing anyone who's done photography, perhaps, and thought about that, composing a photograph or a 3D modeling, 3D rendering, all that
in itself as well. How people can take a photo and someone can take usually a pretty mediocre model, photograph it really well, play with it in Lightroom and make it look absolutely amazing. I don't have those skills, so when I take a photo, it's pretty much like what the stock settings on this camera, click, right, that'll do. And I've had comments on that before. Oh, you should be changing this, and you need to up this in Lightroom, and I'm like, I can't be arsed with all of that, So I work off the basis that as long as it looks good in hand and it looks good when the judges look at it, that's all I really care about.
Awesome. What point did you think you needed a critter?
On the base. Oh yeah, because we still haven't spoke about the base, have we? So the base was a funny one, really. I went through again, as you will know from talking to me a lot, Greg, that many iterations of the base. I think this one only had about 5 iterations, or maybe 6 iterations of the base. So I started off very stock, just a plinth with some rocks on, and I played around with different ways I was going to do the rocks, and I thought I'd do some water effect, and I did a few little different bases and did some testing, and it was quite late on, and I think I've got a photo of when I decided to actually build the base out, and I think it was the 16th of March, I think it was. So again, not giving myself a huge amount of time, but I just had this thought one night that, do you know what would be really cool is if I want to do him on like a water effects, and I want it to be ice. Well, why don't I make the ice that he's standing on, but then all water effects underneath? I did think to myself then, well, the only really way to properly sell that is to have a fish or something in the water so that it looks interesting in hand. And then again, I popped into Element in London, and I was chatting to Sean, the manager in there, and I just said, right, show me all the fish that we've got in Warhammer. So then we were literally pulling out all the Eden of Deepkin models and looking at all the different fish that were available. And that swordfish, I can't remember what kit it's on. It's on one of the kits.
It's
and
one
he
of
said,
the Eden Deepkin, yeah.
I can't remember what it's. One of them. One of the fishmen. And then I said, great, bought that. And then I literally built it and prepped it for resin and built this mold within, I don't know, it was about a night or 2 nights. So I sort of decided the best way of doing it was casting the ice in 2 parts with clear resin, but with micro balloons in it. So obviously it went opaque. I then decided that the way I'd do it was I put some paint effect on. I put some paints on that so it didn't look just like white ice. I put some browns and some blues in it. I made the mold with the fish upside down. So then I stuck some plasticard, stuck the ice to the plasticard, put the fish on a brass rod going through an acetate sort of circle that I'd made where I glued it together, and so that it was suspended. And then had this sort of upside down mold, and then basically did a resin pour, I think on the 17th or 18th of March, and then just waited for the clock to click down so I could then sand it, and then I sanded it all back, polished it up, stuck some more rocks on top, and Bob's your uncle.
Easy
peasy.
Easy as that.
So the decision to add that base rather than just having it on a regular plinth from the ground level.
Yeah.
Was that because you felt you needed to add more to the story of the piece, or you needed balance?
I always try and come from a story aspect of what's going to make this look interesting. And at the time, I thought, this could be quite cool having a solid resin plinth. The plinth is the resin water itself. But I did feel very much that it was very gimmicky. And when I was doing it and I was looking at it, I was going, it's a bit gimmicky. It could look a bit tacky. And I went, no. And in my head, I went, well, the judges are either going to think it's cool and they'll let it slide, or they'll go, that looks a bit lame, and they'll put it to one side and it won't get anything. So I said this all the way through on the run up to Golden Demon, talking to painters around the cabinets and stuff. I went, it's a bit gimmicky. A lot of people said, I like the fish, I like the base. And I was like, We'll see how it plays out. Obviously, they said they liked it, but it was for me. It was another one of these real risks where could go either way here.
That's the nature of DAO, though, isn't it? It's the nature of a creative thing. You're putting yourself into it. You're letting yourself out there. On it. Yeah, you're gonna doubt it. I get where you're coming from. I think I'm just looking at it now, and it is that the composition of the two. I think it does. It clearly elevates it. But I entirely get where you're coming from. I can imagine. Is it
any different from having a tree like coming up and over the top of the model, or a backdrop that displays? Because it's not really, is it? It's just underneath the model rather than above it or surrounding it.
I always like to try and do something a bit different, because if you're not pushing the boundaries, I mean, what's the point, really? If you're not going to test out new ideas and try and do new things. So I knew I wanted to try and, when the idea came to me, I went, that's a good idea. I'll do that. As in, it sparked my imagination. But yeah, I think you're right. I don't think it's anything massively different. I'll tell you one massive benefit of it was that it was really nice to hold. There's something about the super shiny, obviously resin clear base, that when you hold it, it's really tactile. And it's really nice to hold. And I think that adds a nice element to it as well, because when you're holding the model, it feels nice.
Sure. It's only going to be a positive, isn't it? It's not going to be a negative.
That sounds like a minor thing. But given that people are in conversations now of hundreds of hours, which it has been for some time, but now there's conversations at the top level of, well, unless you're putting 400 hours on your piece, then you're going to struggle. Those are going to start to make a difference. It's going to feel better to hold. I mean, let alone being a model you actually want to paint. Like you say, you've got to be incentivized to be putting in that kind of keep coming back to it. I think those little things are going to be relevant.
I've thought about it from other aspects as well. I mean, obviously it being nice to hold. I often thought as well, does the model need to smell nice? or does the model need to smell of what it smells like? You know, like does you need to add like that element? You know, start hitting all the senses.
Smell-o-vision now. Wow.
Neil's next model will be an ecclesiarchy model with a working brazier.
Yeah, that incense burner.
Can you imagine?
Incense burner and I actually want to see you incorporate a small motor to have a chainsaw that's actually rotating around.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
smells of
It's the next level.
lapping powder and oil and stuff.
Because I mean, for quite a few years now, actually, when I've talked to you, it has been about like what's next, what to do next, and there's been various points where you've shown me like different kind of products that you were considering using, like the glass and things like that.
I've got a few
quite
others as well. I've got under wraps as well, Greg. I won't talk about them on here.
We'll talk after the show about that.
Yeah, I've got some really cool stuff.
I mean, I've still got. I see, like, if I could paint, I still think that like there's, vehicles. You see vehicles, and they tend to be the vehicle, like, and they might have a bit of a backdrop, but they're not always interacting with the scenery, with the thing that they're in. It's very much a framework for them, and I just think like a couple of people have done it. Carhart did it with her not squat things, which were very Carhart, but was supremely well executed. Things I do think there are a few things. Talking as a hold my hands up, I'm never going to enter Golden Demon, but it does feel like there's a lot of room to play, and people could.
I've had an idea for some time actually that it's something I've been wanting to do, and I even started working on it a bit a few months ago, but I don't think I'll get around to it. I really wanted to do a Xiphon fighter.
Yeah.
But rather than how, like you were saying, most vehicles are really static, I wanted to have it mounted like on a backdrop piece, but have it mounted at like 90 degrees, so it's flying, but you're seeing it, so it's like you're seeing it from a flying angle rather than it being flat and landed. And then having it with like a backdrop that you could then almost have like a blurry like sort of thing, so you could almost feel that it's flying rather than you see other, like you said, you have other vehicles and they just look static and planted. And I think they always look a bit dull. I have got one of the resin Xiphons on my desk at the moment where I've been like cleaning it up and tinkering with it, because I've always thought that is a really good idea to like sort of make it interesting.
James Tarrow.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was thinking
has
really
done
aggressive
very well.
modelling. Yeah, but Epic Scale in general has brought some really interesting.
They felt more
exploring that.
Yeah, they felt more like a frame from a film, which I think does add to the model. Anyway, we talked a lot about you winning the Golden Demon. Let's stop talking about that.
We
the
might
classes
have to do a part two. There's so much more I could do. Oh yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
even
there
more
is.
exciting. Yeah, because I'm now
So the
gutted.
classes-
I missed this class that's on right now.
The classes you're running. First off, before we get into them, so you've done you taught at Adepticon, and you've run a couple of series of classes at Ermont.
We're on class number 4 at the moment. Yeah.
4. Okay, cool. How have you found they've helped? You've already talked about like you had to like rethink the way you paint stuff to be able to teach it. Have you benefited from teaching these classes? Has the process of working out how you tell people how to paint, has that changed anything within what you do?
I would definitely say my teaching has got a lot better, as in like learning how to communicate things and learning how to explain parts of how I paint. And I think that sometimes it does help you, as in it helps you break something down. And most of my like ideas and things I've come up with recently have been off the back of the classes. So I think it's given me room to develop ideas for Golden Demon, because the Space Wolf came off the back of painting Arjac in the very first class, and my current project is coming off the back of the current class that I'm doing for the Orc War Boss. So it's definitely given me room to experiment, and I think what it has done is when we're structuring the class, we're looking to choose the model. That one of the key ideas of the classes was one. We would run the classes of like a regular thing, like every evening for like 3 weeks. So you've got this regular evening class sort of vibe.
Sure.
We were building it around the basis that we would sort of follow the GW release schedule. So Space Wolves come out, okay, we'll do a Space Wolf class. Chaos Dwarfs came out, we'll do a Chaos Dwarf class. With the idea of obviously 11th was on its way, it was like, right, we'll do an Orc War Boss class. So it was very much sort of driven around picking models that maybe I wouldn't necessarily have picked up. Obviously, I ended up painting a Space Wolf for Golden Demon. I don't know if I'd have painted that Space Wolf if I hadn't have run the class on Arjac. I'm currently doing an Orc War Boss for Golden Demon. I definitely probably wouldn't have picked that unless I was doing the class on it. So I think it's developed my risk taking on what I paint, and it's pushed those limits definitely. And I think that helps in some degrees, that you don't fall into your sort of very sort of comfort zone tropes where you just paint the same thing year on year. And it's helping me sort of branch out a bit and, okay, let's paint something for AOS, let's paint something for here, let's paint something for there. I think that helps.
So so there's 4 of those classes have been run. I mean, locking it into the GW schedule is quite a good idea. I mean, obviously setting up with people there, but it seems like Element London seems to have been quite a good location for that. I mean, you must be. I'm just looking at the ones that have gone on before, that you've run previously. I mean, there must be quite demand to be able to do those. Be able to hold it.
I think there's a few key elements to the classes that work really well. Number one, I think the whole evening class setup is quite cool because you're not trying to commit to a whole weekend of something, and you're getting more of something done because it's the idea is you paint in between the classes. So the idea is with more of a finished piece at the end. So that I think is quite cool. I think that the following the GW release schedule is also it's like catching a ride on the hype train. People get really excited because the new cool thing's coming out, and then you say, hey, would you like to come to a class and paint that cool new thing? So
that it depressures it that way as well, because you're spreading it out over the 3 weeks rather than the as you said, trying to focus it in on a long weekend or something, or just a weekend in general. Being able to do it over that time, you could go and explore it. You do the homework, if you like, and then you're going to come back with more relevant questions rather than I'm going to pack it all in the weekend and go, if I didn't have thought.
And you've got the chance for feedback as well, which is one of our key elements. Well, what we do is we say, right, at the end, you come back the following week and then you show me what you've done, and I go, okay, well, I can see what you've done here, and you should try this, you should try that. So it's not like a very much one and done sort of thing when you get with a weekend painting class. So it's really, I think it's quite a novel way of doing a painting class, and I think it's been very popular, and it works well for me because I work in central London, which means I can then just pop over to Element on the Wednesday evening and start, and sort of set up and then teach the class. So it works well on a timing aspect. And obviously the majority, everyone that comes is either works in London or lives very nearby. So it is, I think it's easier to commit to. We were thinking about doing like a masterclass lesson and trying to do it like maybe 5 lessons. But I think the only danger you get there is, I think a lot of people would probably say there would be 1 or maybe 2 lessons they couldn't make. And then it would maybe put people off buying a ticket to something if they then couldn't get every single lesson under their belt. So 3 works well. 5 would be cool. We were thinking about doing the Lion for a masterclass. And that would be cool. But I think the only issue would be that, someone's bound to say, oh, well, I'm on holiday the week in between one of those classes. So can
I get a do-over? Not really.
Yeah, it would be more tricky to sort of organise. But on the whole, they've been really popular and getting a lot of good feedback from the students. And, we get a lot of repeat people on them as well. Like the latest class we've done, we put the tickets up in like a day early for the people that have been on the class before to buy. So it gives them a bit of a head start. And I think out of the 12 tickets, we'd sold 10 of them before they even went on general release.
Oh, okay.
And there was 2 tickets available, and by the time that they'd gone up live on Element, I looked and there was only 1 ticket space left. So I was like, oh, okay, well, this will be an easy if anyone wants to come for the last slot, so they sell quite quickly. So that's also quite cool as well, that people feel as though they want to come to multiple classes. It's not just like they come to one and then say, oh, well, it's not for me. I think some people may not get a lot out of it, but I think on the whole, the group itself quite enjoy the whole painting class sort of setup.
particularly when the models are quite diverse. As you said, you started off with a Space Wolf and a Black Templar, a Chaos Dwarf, and an Orc. So there's quite diverse. So for people wanting to do that, suggests that what they're painting is sort of irrelevant. It's why I think Improvers was a smart move, pitching it at that level rather than making it a beginner's class or something.
That was Daddy Byron. Byron came up with that name.
Right,
I think that's quite
clever.
He knows how to market something. He's a clever sausage.
Yeah.
But yeah, the right pitch.
I've always said the class there's no set prerequisite for the class. The idea is you come and the idea is to improve and get better, not you have to be this level to come and paint this model. The idea is it doesn't matter what level you are. The idea is to paint something maybe that you haven't tried before, or a colour scheme you haven't tried before, and get better at doing that thing. And I would say, on the whole, nearly everyone has improved on the class, and it has helped. And it's good for me because it pushes me out of my comfort zone as well. So I'm painting stuff that I wouldn't normally paint as well. So I think it's a win-win-win, I think.
Is it all hairy brush or is it a mixture?
All hairy brush. I mean,
right.
I don't.
It'd be hard to have 12 airbrushes in.
Yeah, that would be quite something.
Stuff.
I think for me, I have an airbrush and I use it sparingly, and I don't feel qualified enough to run a class on airbrushing.
Right.
As in, I wouldn't feel comfortable teaching people how to use an airbrush, as I don't use it enough myself. And I've been on an airbrush course myself, and I know, Greg, you've been on Caleb's course.
Yeah.
And I think they're the people that you want to be going to when you want to be going to the people that use them all the time, that know them inside out. And I don't feel as though I know it enough, but I know how to use a normal brush absolutely fine, and I will teach that to the cows come home.
Yeah, leaning into a specific thing rather than a sort of blended type of thing. I think that it makes sense, doesn't it? Anyway, say there's a logistical thing there, but it makes sense to do what you know, not to spread it thin. And if you're not using it that heavily, then why would you?
Yeah, and to be honest, I think nearly everyone in the class has got airbrushes, and they often say, "Oh, should we use an airbrush for this bit?" And I always sort of go, "Well, I won't be using an airbrush, so you can, but you don't have to." So I try and do everything with a brush.
It's anything like, I mean, I'm one of the worst learners in the world because I'm inherently lazy as part of it. But it's about having tools, like whatever you want to do. But painting is about having tools to do what you want to do. And you're teaching your tools that you utilize the most and feel most comfortable teaching. And the whole point is to take away, Neil does this. I don't actually like doing that bit like that. I will do it like that. Well, cool. Like it's all painting a model. It's a multi-part process, and it doesn't matter how you get to the end. If you're satisfied with the end, then you've done it the right way.
Yeah, definitely. It's for me, it is just so much of it. When I see people paint as well, I think people just get a lot from learning good brush control and learning good techniques and how to do that. They're the core things I try and get across to people, because I think sometimes too much is put on. Well, you should try this new flashy technique, and this. If you do non-metallic metals, your thing will look better. Or if you do this, and I think often it's they're the things that people think, if I just do this cool new idea, this will make everything look better. Where it's sometimes a case of no, learn how to thin your paints properly, learn how to have good brush control, learn how to apply good base coats and do tidy highlighting steps and layering, and your painting will vastly improve. And just saying, I will now do this new fancy technique will not necessarily make your models any better.
I think brush control is the one thing you don't see that often, or maybe it's covered under other parts, but you see a lot of videos about how to do this, how to do that. And when there's a new technique like the non-dry brushing that's now become ubiquitous among places, you see that taught a little bit, but actual thin your paints is always talked about, but brush control, I think sometimes it's overlooked by.
I think so. Yeah.
By but people who teach, like, because at the end of the day, I know my painting would improve 50% with better brush control. I'll probably get quicker as well, but I'm not
one thing I
sure how
look
to
at
do it.
a lot in the class is I look at how people are holding the models, how they're holding the brushes, and the way they apply a brush stroke. Me is just mind-boggling because I watch some people and they're like literally sometimes pushing the brush away from them.
Oh,
and I'm like, why are you doing it that way? And they're like, oh, and I go, no, just and I keep telling them, like, put it this way, make sure you're brushing in the same direction, and it's always in this way. Don't go this way, that way. And it's funny how you watch some people paint and you think you're never going to get the finish you want if you're just flicking the brush around like a madman. And for me, it's those things. I'm just trying to teach people how to load their brush and how to rinse it properly and how to make sure they're refining the tip of the brush and how they're then applying that to the model and the angle that they go in at with the brush and how they hold it. Sometimes you have to break it down to those basics because people get into bad habits and they don't realize that those habits are probably holding them back a hell of a lot. And it's when they say, "Oh, I just can't get the paint to go on how I want it," and you look at how they're applying it, you go, "Well, I can tell you straight away that you're holding the brush, or you're applying the paint in the wrong way with the brush, and you haven't thinned that enough." And you tell people that everyone talks about, thin it down to a layer consistency or a glaze consistency or a wash consistency, but people don't really know. Those words are so ubiquitous that people don't really know what they mean. And when I then thin something down and I'll take it around and I'll show everyone the sort of the dilution, 9 times out of 10 everyone goes, "Oh wow, yeah, it's a lot thinner than I thought it would be." Mm-hmm. So you can tell there's those elements of earning where people just don't quite know what the right thing is to do, and it's trying to teach that as well. When I say thin it down, this is what I mean. When I say apply it, apply that base coat, this is how I want the base coat to look, and this is how I want you to apply it. And it's all those sort of lessons I think you get in person more than online.
Oh, vastly.
I'm in this picture and I don't like it. I feel like you're talking about me a little bit there. Honestly, like not in a joking way. Like, can I paint my models are fine, like they're fine, but for what I do for them, my brush control is the major letdown. Like, I don't use contrast a huge amount because I know that mistakes on contrast paint are much harder to repair.
Yes, yeah.
Than mistakes on regular paints.
I always found that so interesting about when they brought contrast paints out. That, hey, look, you can now paint everything really quickly, and it's like one step. And I go, but the brush control you need to make that work properly is so extreme. I just found it hilarious that
I have to keep another wet brush next to me to clear up any mistake ASAP.
But over this white undercoat, you're going to go over all these two vastly different colours. If you slip with one of them, it's going to look absolutely awful.
And it's
I quite enjoyed that trajectory. It took several months, perhaps, when you started to see people go, "Oh, this isn't necessarily a beginner's product, is it?"
Yeah,
it's pitched as one. Oh my goodness!
I mean,
I was there, but
it works to a point, doesn't it? But
But
there's almost an assumption that everyone's at that level, and I do wonder, just in this conversation, where do people learn to paint? How do people learn to paint? And undoubtedly now, the internet offers so much opportunity to learn, things that we'd never thought about back in the day. Like, remember when Victoria Lamb was using like dry brushing and things like that? It was like, whoa, mind blowing.
I was going further back than that as Neil was describing that, and I was thinking, we've come a long way from the little pamphlet thing that you'd unfold from your monopose Space Marine set that you were getting in the early mid 90s or whatever, and there was just nothing, and you had you might have some Humbrol paints and a brush that you got in a railway store,
but
we're in a different era altogether.
Yeah, and everyone would try, a lot of people would try and paint. No, when they're young, you just try and paint without, I'll be fine. But then you try to learn to paint, and now you go to YouTube and you'll find Vince Venturella or Ninjon or whoever will pop up, the millions that are out there. Back in my day, you went to a Games Workshop.
Yeah.
And so someone could critique what you're doing. And I do wonder if there's an element now where that is harder for people to get the basics right because they're painting by themselves.
And they're getting great resources with all the online stuff. And it is a fabulous resource to have all these people teaching you, like showing you how to do stuff. Like, this is how you do this technique. This is how you do this technique. This is how I did this. But you're right. You don't get that feedback that you used to get as a kid where you take your model in and they say, oh, I can see what you've done here, but try and do this. Try and do it this way. And then you learn from someone giving you that direct feedback.
Why can't I paint like Starly when I'm doing the same things? And it's like, well, you're not, you can try and watch them use a brush, but it's not the same. So a lot of people are fine with it, don't get me wrong, but someone like me, less talented in that respect, there's some basic help that, like, had I not got that back in the day, I'd be even further behind kind of where I am, you know what I mean?
But what Neil was saying, that just reinforces something I'm thinking I would really like to do, is painting in a group. Painting 2, 3, 4 people in a group or whatever, or ideally in a class. That you're going to get that, aren't you?
It makes me so sad.
Solo kind of thing, really.
Because I'm so slow between, like, even just like paint on a model base coating compared to my friends. I'm like half the speed whenever we're doing something like that. But
I bet that would get faster.
I don't know.
It was done, if you wanted to, basically, if you were doing it in a group, that would half incentivize it, and that, I think, would make you more inclined to do that.
Potentially,
I think
it's an interesting
development for painting in groups as well. Painting with a group of people, I think, helps massively. But it's funny because obviously I've been running these classes, but they've sort of taken their own form now, where they've, as a group of the people that I organise them with, we have a WhatsApp group with everyone on. They now arrange their own Saturday meetups in Element in London and get together and just do like group painting sessions. So
that's cool.
I think that again, that helps, right? It's that
huge together.
Yeah, because you get I certainly remember doing this first CK class, and I had James Harding next to me, and it would be like, oh, I missed that bit. Like, what was he doing there? And it was like, oh, I think it was this. Like, and then, oh no, that can't be right. That didn't work. It's like, oh, must have been more like this. So yeah, you do, feeding off each other then. And it's not, and that's the thing with the painting class, isn't it? Right? So many times people get, I must paint like Vince. I must paint like that. And it's like, well, not necessarily. You might be a different painter. So even though you're copying that, you're going to have your own slant on things and to roll with that.
Yeah, and do you know what as well? I think that there's a lot seems to be going down this method of everyone painting like stuff really quick, as in like you see a lot of online tutorials now of like how quickly I've painted this thing, and I did it this look at this new cheat method that I've used to paint this amazing thing. And I think you get less now of people going, oh, I spent 400 hours on this and this is how you should do it. It does seem to be we're going down more the road of now of how quickly can I turn this out and make it look decent. I think that's definitely a trend that I think is happening a lot at the moment, where people are trying to find the shortcuts all the time rather than I will sit down and learn this technique for 1,000 hours.
I wonder if that's because we've had those painters, like you have your Rich Grays and whoever online doing the detail painting, and so you feed that audience, and the hobby as a whole has exploded. GW particularly has exploded over the last few years, so there is that newer audience that are coming in, and it must be that YouTube videos are hitting higher on those than others. Plus, Army Painter can bring out their Speed Paint 2, send it to every, X amount of people who then feel they have to make a video about it. So it kind of, perpetuates through the system. And when the next thing comes out, like that'll be all the rage for a period of time.
I think so. I think definitely there's a shift to having quicker results. spending less time on stuff, which obviously is the complete reverse to me. Obviously, it's like the more time I can spend on something, the better. So,
Sure.
That said, though, as a counter to that, because you're absolutely right, and there's a prevalence of that, and people getting armies on the table and looking for solutions like that. But there's also a rise. I mean, Adepticon had it, didn't it, this time, of painting miniatures as an art form, considering them those ways. There's people who are, I'd say there's probably as much interest in competition painting and display painting as there's ever been, more so than there's ever been.
Yeah,
so
I
there are
think
people
so.
who are going that way. I mean, the popularity of the classes is sort of speaking to that as well.
Yeah,
There are people who are keen.
I think there's definite, like you said, there's definite huge increase in the level of people doing the hobby, through obviously the popularity of everything exploding, and I think there is a big explosion in the competition painting element of what we do, which is quite weird when you think about it. But I sort of look at it as, we compete. You compete of it as a game, so why not compete of it as a painting form as well? You might as well. If you're going to go to, if you can have a 40k tournament, you can have a Golden Demon painting competition. But then I think that there is that sort of prestige of how hard it is to achieve, and I think that is always a good goal. It's still harder than ever to win a Golden Demon, I think. There's definitely the days of easy Golden Demons have long gone. Now,
the top painters, are as good as they've ever been. Right, there are a lot more tools now, for sure, but the amount of top level painters seems to be much higher.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Definitely,
much higher. Yeah, you're not looking for your easy category for an easy Golden Demon anymore, are you?
No, definitely not. And there's loads of demons being run every year, therefore you can win by numbers, sort of thing, is sort of definitely out the door as well now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the fact that there are competition painting, it's almost exclusive events. I mean, MPO being one of them. The rise of those and the popularity of those and the increasing size of those speaks to exactly what you're saying. So there is a subset to that, but it's interesting. It's not a fragmentation to say that, but there's a focusing in on that of individual things. So, you might get people who are going to do the absolute minimum possible to get an army on the table because that's they're focusing on playing the game and playing it in a very particular way, getting the most out of the game, the hyper competitive kind of side of it, versus people who are not interested in the gaming at all and just wanted to create interesting art pieces. I think we're seeing an increasing number of that, and it's far easier to go and find like-minded people than ever before, in the same way that the skills are kind of laid out there, but you can actually find them all. It was quite a day when I realized Element were opening up in London. That was conveniently sort of coincided with me no longer working in central London. Otherwise, that would have been bad news. I think I might have been in there all the time.
It's a great tool. I must admit, having that on me be able to pop in, and get stuff easily. I mean, it is an absolute massive bonus, definitely.
Yeah, it is, and you're finding the like-minded people there as well. It's drawing them there.
Yeah. And if you are in London and you're heading along, you might be able to see some of Neil's models in the window as well, which is cool.
Keep a few bits there.
Lend a few bits in. So you can get the tickets through Element on the website, yeah?
They're on the website, yeah. Oftentimes they're not as easy to find as other times. We've been playing around with the format of how they get put up and whatnot, but we think we pretty much cracked it now. And there'll always put a post up when they go live and with a link to where you need to go and get them. But yeah, going to try and keep them fairly regular. Probably at least a class every 3 months minimum, maybe more. Again, it's going to depend on the release schedules of GW. If there's something cool comes out, I'll be jumping on that and going, let's run a class on it. And if there's a bit of a drought of cool models, then obviously it will be a bit longer.
I might have to have a Wednesday night in London, Howard. I might just have to not necessarily buy a ticket, but pop along and have a look. And
I'm very likely to be on one of these classes shortly. I've
know you
been dabbling. I'm going to get in for this. Where do you post about them? Do you post them on your Instagram? Or?
I post them on my Instagram, plus the Element Instagram posts them as well, like the Element London one.
Right.
So yeah, and then sometimes they might get reposted by other people, but that's generally the sort of the main places I put them up. But I'll definitely keep you guys.
What's on your radar for the next models?
Hogfort.
I don't really know at the moment. Obviously we're doing the Orc at the moment, and we were thinking that maybe we would do a Blood Angel to tie in with the other side of the 11th release, but we haven't really confirmed that. And then other than that, we haven't really planned too far ahead, other than just sort of trying to, obviously, it's again because it's linked around a lot of the GW cycle at the moment. Everything's very 11th edition focused, so that's where we're looking at the moment. But
there's a distinct lack of Horus Heresy.
Yeah, do you know what though? We were, when Saturnine came out, we were talking about doing something for Saturnine, but then it sort of just didn't match. The timings just didn't quite work with when we had some other class. I think we had another class planned in, and the Saturnine box came out, and then we didn't really get around to it. But we want to try and keep it diverse, so we do want to try and do some more AOS, maybe do some Old World, do some Heresy. So
Old World,
we will definitely try and rope that in. But again, it's also trying to, you're trying to pick what's popular and what people want to do. So, you don't want to pick something for the sake of it and go, oh, right, we will now do a Heresy model and it'll be something really, something
really niche.
Yeah, because you probably won't sell a lot of tickets to it. But if something cool comes along, say if they did a big Heresy, something amazing came along, there would definitely be a Heresy class on the books.
Custodians must have been tempting.
Yes, Custodies were definitely a good idea. Although I did have the discussion about should we do a Custodies one, and the headache was, would we do like a non-metallic gold?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that would be maybe a bit on the sort of high end, on the tippy top of hey everybody, let's do a full non-metallic gold.
The entry level here is It's quite high. You talk about improvers.
So that
starting point
might be a bit tricky, but there's always loads of options. So, there does seem to be more. We're getting more and more Heresy stuff now, and hopefully something cool drops, and then that will be an option.
Nice.
I just looked at the Element London Instagram, to which there's a link to Element Sean, the manager's Instagram. And that is I've said before on the show, he used to be part of our gaming club.
He reminds me of that regularly as well every time I speak to him. Yeah,
I got some stories to tell about Sean as well on nights out at events, things like that. So just remind him that there could always be some tales. And as a non-drinker, I have many fewer tales to be told of me. So that'll be good. One last thing. Paints. Now, Howard loves his paints.
I don't know what you mean.
Far too much.
What are you talking about?
I have a mixed relationship with paints. How do you go about choosing what paints you're going to use? How do you go about choosing the paints you have in your mainstay collection? Is it purely trial and error?
Yeah, to a degree. I would say that over time I've gone through different paint ranges, and I think you might remember way back when I was very into the War Colours range, if you remember. Yeah. And I still do like those, and I've still got lots of those that I use pretty regularly. Of late, I've pivoted to using a lot of the Ionic range of paints. Only from
you want Howard?
Only from experimenting with them and finding they are really good. And then I've built some of the classes around those, because another thing I found with the classes was people wanted to try something different. And where we run the first class, we run it all with Citadel paints. And a lot of people are like, oh, Citadels. Oh, I don't really like Citadel paints anymore. Or I use too thin coats. And so it was very much a case of people not wanting to use what maybe the generic paint was in inverted commas. So then I started experimenting with Ionics, and I must admit I'm a very big fan. I think they're really good paints, and I've got a mixture. I've got my War Colours, I've got Vallejo. I haven't played with many AKs, but I do like the Onyx, and of course, new mini colours will be coming out soon, and I've had a few of those play around with and test, and they've been very good as well. So, yeah, on the whole, I generally will pick a few colours up of most ranges just to see how they work. but I think you have to experiment and see what works for you, because they all have
Sure.
different properties, and some things work better for others, right?
So it is surprising how different they are for different people and different effects and different feel, even as you say, with different people's brush techniques and otherwise just favour certain things. And it's amazing how different they are. You think, well, how can there be that much variety? There really is. Really interesting to hear you talk about war colours. It was one of the ranges I went into fairly early of similar. Someone was selling a pack and quite a big collection, and I thought, yeah, I'm gonna give these a go, because I really liked the color system that they use. That the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the particular colors. It was quite refreshing at the time.
At the time, that was quite new and novel, but now a lot of the paint companies have gone that way as well, haven't they? Where they've gone, hey, look at these paints; they're in a system, sort of thing.
I think it's one of my biggest frustrations as a guy who's not a massive fan of painting. Who, you know, I've got a Citadel case, like, of all my Citadel paints that I've got in there, and they're years old. Some of them are dry as anything. And then I, you know, pick up some Vallejo and whatever, and and it's like, oh, I want to find the right paint. And you sit there and think, the only way to do that is to try them all. So I've got like 7 different greys up there from Vallejo model color, maybe more, to try and find the grey I wanted. You know, and possibly wasn't there. So it was like, it's a barrier, I think, and is why people then end up asking, what paint do you use on that one? Because we don't have unlimited funds to throw at paint all the time, and all the time you're spending on paint, you're not spending on models, or you know, brushes or airbrush or whatever else it is. So it becomes a really tricky one that I think as a community, you end up relying on your chosen influencer of choice. To try and show you. You know, Ionic,
Ionic are cool. I think as well. Some people get hit up on as well of, oh, what paint did you use for this?
Yeah,
I want to know what paint you use for this. Whereas often I'm saying, well, just, you know, I've often said, I'll just pick like an ivory sort of color, or just pick a grey, and people are like, no, what grey did you use? And I'm sometimes like, well, it doesn't really matter, just pick one up. And because I often paint with what I've got in front of me. I'm quite lazy. If I've got some paints out in front of me, they're the paints I'll be using.
Sure.
But I think that becomes with experience. Whereas when you're learning to paint, I think you're very much, oh no, I need to use the paint that they used in that step. Otherwise, it won't come out the same way.
I think there are 2 sides to this. There's a side that you guys come from. Vince is a big proponent of this, and it's like a brownie red. That's all you need. And there's an element of, he's absolutely right. You need a brownie red. You don't need the specific brownie red that he's using. But if person watching it goes, well, I want the result you have, and that brownie red I know will get me 90% of the way there just by having that same color. Whereas if I go and buy X brownie red from another manufacturer, it works differently. The color's slightly different. It interacts differently. Like, you know, it needs slightly different style of approach to apply it. I gave up on that one. I had to buy twice. So I do think there's an element for me. I say, like, trying to find the right colors for certain stuff is like, I don't want to spend loads of money on paint. I know I have to at some point to keep my paints up, but I want to know that I'm going to pick up a paint that is going to be reliably doing a job. So
that can get a little bit more acute, that thing you're describing, when you're starting to get into some slightly perhaps more unusual paint effects or color schemes. I have got a set of, I reckon, 20 paints set out in front of me right now. I've been looking at different shades and things to do Sons of Horus. Now I want to do those as an army. So ideally, I don't want to be mixing 3 parts of this, 5 parts of that. It was something in one of the Heresy Weekenders that Mark Bedford always said, just ideally, you're picking a single paint, because if you're rolling this out over a lot of things, you don't want to be necessarily mixing that. Obviously, you can mix up batches, etc. But regardless, there's also another part to that is, and I talked about this with you the other day, Greg, paint time, any hobby time, is at an insane premium for me at the moment. in amongst it with young children. So I got an hour or so, I don't know, a couple of hours late one evening. I thought I'm going to do some airbrushing, break out a paint, Citadel paint of Inky by Darkness, favored by lots to be a base of a Sons of Horus thing. I lost an hour with the damn thing clogging the airbrush. I mean, I know how to thin paints. I think I know how to do that reasonably well. The damn thing just wouldn't go through the airbrush very well. I was finding using the pot or right paint. So hence why I'm now looking at color alternatives. But as Neil is saying, does it need to be exactly the same shade? No, it doesn't. And I'd need to be more relaxed about that, because you can get hung up on recipes and things. So I think that point about getting to kind of understand color, but I can understand someone going, well, I don't know how much of it. Do I want a more reddy brown, or do I want a more browny red? Is if they're not knowing that, the great starting point is having someone say, use these. But actually, once you start to get a bit more into understanding the color, and there's other things you can do as well, particularly if you're talking about highly dilute glazes and things like that. You can start to tint colors and shift them back to perhaps more the effect you want to have. And then you get into other conversations over things like you're doing an Alpha Legion thing and you're trying to use Tamiya clears and stuff. You're trying to replicate that with other paints. It gets a bit tricky, but there's a bit more edge cases perhaps. I agree though with the colors. It's a great starting point to have someone say use these, but ideally I think paint ranges are shifting more towards that. We mentioned wall colors there. Wall Paint Fanatics doing something similar. Mini color, really big strong push on that, to make those colors more accessible rather than a slightly more curious, perhaps copyrightable name. You are looking at more accurate color descriptions.
I think I distinctly remember talking to Neil about, how do I paint my Skaven Blood Bowl team who I want to look like the San Francisco 49ers, and the trousers, and he starts going, well, I would do this, and I suddenly realised he's talking about non-metallic metal gold, which makes sense because that's what the trousers are. And I was like, I'm never going to be able to mix the paint. I'm never going to be able to consistently get what I want on the mix. I'm terrible at it. So I did a very kind of artistic non-metallic metal, we'll call it. And yeah, I think for someone like me, mixing paints is like my last resort. I don't want to do that. So it is more important for me to get the right paint. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. I think it's just a case of, get the people you trust. I think also there becomes a point like any reviewer. Like I listen to Commode and Mayo's movie podcast, and I know when Mark Commode likes a movie, I have a 90% idea whether I'll like it or not based on the way he talks about it. And I think you can start to get that with, X person doesn't like X paints. And it's like, okay, well, generally I know I agree with him most of the time, but there's going to be the odd one where I'm different.
Yeah.
But yeah, you buy loads of paints and then end up with loads of paints on your shelf, not enough room to put them up, and forget what you've got and buy the same one 5 times. And
must admit, I've never had that problem, apart from obviously having to buy multiple, like say, lots of paint for classes and things, having multiple same colour. But yeah, I'm pretty good on controlling what I've got. The thing that always worries me is that when you've run out of a pot, that maybe then you can't get that colour anymore. Is maybe the fear.
Well, yeah, and certainly I know friends have moved away from Vallejo because the batch control isn't necessarily as sharp as it is at other companies.
They're not alone in that.
Right, yeah. So, again, good reason not to use a paint line, right? If you are specific about your paints, GW, are they going to change their formula of their paints in 2 years' time? And you've got a slow burn army. Well, they're more likely to do it than others.
Even if they don't, I mean, there was a much talked about sort of shift where they were making their paints obviously about coverage, and there was a tendency for vibrancy to suffer accordingly. And if you are fussy about that, which if you're into display and presentation painting, you certainly might be, then yeah, I agree with that. And
I heard some stories about that, by the way. I've got some I don't know if it's inside gossip, but I heard some stuff about that where it might have not been I don't think there was a conscious decision about coverage, but it may have been more of a lack of quality control, as in the paint manufacturer decided to shift things and they didn't notice.
Sure.
Okay. But I mean, that's an interesting one, because that That's almost an because it's suggesting that it was a focus on, which was only speculation, admittedly, the focus on getting greater coverage, suggesting that's a conscious decision, whereas actually it was an unconscious decision.
Yeah.
Just don't put down to malice what you would put down to, but then it wasn't
I was
malice.
exactly
You know,
going to say
exactly.
that. Yeah.
Definitely
Never
would know when you
signed
put it
to
down to
manage that, which could
stupidity.
be signed
Yeah,
to
yeah. But then
incompetence.
this isn't malice; it's the kind of
Yeah.
reverse that. Regardless, that we're in an era where there's so many paint ranges to choose from that actually trying to say that there's one paint range that rules them all. Whenever you talk to any paint reviewer, Starley is fabulous for doing that, obviously, with all these things he's doing, but any of them really, it's almost always the advice is pick the paints that work for you in specific colours from specific ranges. Just go nuts, basically. But then that's tricky to try. How do you try them?
Yeah, it's hard as well because I find it hard even when people say, hey, "What do you think of this paint range?" I go, "I don't really know actually because I haven't really played with it enough." Or
And the big question is,
I couldn't tell if that one particular color is really good because I haven't used it.
Yeah. How do you answer that? Yeah, I agree.
A paint range is not made is made up of different paints, and therefore, you know, I know I trust Henry at Colour Paint, and you know Neil to a point, but Neil's painting. Henry's a much better painter than I. Neil is painting for Golden Demon. Henry isn't. So there's I feel like there's a difference there in what you're looking for potentially. I don't think it'll be a huge amount, but it could be a difference. So I've certainly seen. I've talked about it on the show a number of times. Some of the reds from Mini Colour look fantastic, and I'm a big fan of Corn Red from Games Workshop. You know, that might stay. Like, you know, it's a thick paint and whatever, and you've got to deal with that. But I know that. I also know that I've just slapped Corn Red on models just flat, and people have ended up really liking those models. And that colour works for how I've used it. So
I think you get quite a feel for things quite quickly. I mean, mediums seem to be a big deal. We mentioned watercolors there. Scale 75 was a bit like that when I tried that, and people were going a bit bonkers for it in the early 2010s and things like that. I had to go with that and like, okay, this is totally changing the way I paint. This is extraordinary that can do this. But then they have their own difficulties. I really struggle to get those to go through an airbrush. Other people don't at all. They're absolutely fine with them. The watercolors paints, they've got more of a gel medium, so they weren't for everyone. Hence why I was able to pick up basically most of the range in one go, because someone just went, I've gone in on this and I can't. It's driving me potty. I can't work with it. Whereas I love them. It's interesting the level now that people are having to go to develop paint ranges. Hearing Henry and Byron talk about the level of effort that's had to go into them putting, well, that they wanted to put into Mini Colour, because they poured a lot of effort into that, and many of the others are sort of doing a similar thing. I mean, I'm really enjoying the P3 paint range at the moment. I found those. I keep coming back to those. I've got them there on the shelf, amongst others. There's a bunch of them that you've got to play with.
So many now, isn't there? I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
Too many, really. Realistically, I think you're right, Greg. In which case of like, how do you test them all? And even myself, as I would say, as like a high-end painter, I haven't touched half of these paints because I just don't have the bandwidth to get through them all.
Yeah.
So,
I suppose for you paint a single model, it's not so much of an issue if you can't get a hold of that paint again. You can move on. But if you're painting an army and you do want it to look the same, like, am I going to trust? I mean, I don't know who Ionic paints are. Are they going to be around in 3? I mean, they're ammo by MIG, aren't they? But if which is okay, probably going to be around. But some of the other smaller ones that come up, are they going to be there in a year's time?
Yeah.
Am I going to have to look somewhere else?
Ionic was a funny one because it had a slightly tricky genesis, should we say, of sort of who owned it and developed it and things. A lot of things like that come out of it. And I know that's something that Mini Colour's keen to do. They want to really be committed to being around for a long time. But how do you get around them?
But the advantage for Mini Colour is we know the guys, they're out there. You know the other guys behind it in the Artis Opus crew, and like you've got that to back it up. If Mini Colour were coming out and I didn't know who was involved in it, would I be getting into it? I'm not sure I would. It's hard, but we trust those guys and know those guys mean well. I literally just got onto the Element page. It's late pledges. I don't think I've got, particularly with Cities of Sigmar coming. I don't think I've got 185 quid sitting around. I kind of want to, but hey, It is what it is. Anyway, we should probably wrap it up. We've talked a lot longer than shocker. We talked longer than we thought we would. Some things don't change, Neil.
Yeah, well, I come back on and then suddenly it's a 2-hour session.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
It's keeping it short for us, isn't it, Greg? I think
Yeah.
the ability there. And annoyingly, we've only just got onto paint. I could talk for days, but I don't think anyone wants to hear that, really.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll get Neil back on. You never know. We could even get some feedback from dear listener. So, dear listener, if you want Neil back on, we'll force him to come back on. And I will look at your dates, and I will try and find a Wednesday evening to come up into London town, and we might as well make a night of it, Howard.
I'm in.
If I'm going to travel up that far into London Village,
I know some. Well, Neil probably will as well. But I'm sure between us we can go for some good places. I know some good burgers around there.
Yeah, I had a good burger around there one day. Anyway, okay, cool. We'll leave that there. Thank you so much, Neil, and congrats on another demon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you for listening to another episode of The Imperial Truth. Apologies for the delay in getting this out. I'm still recording this on the weekend that the book was released, and life happens. You know, we can't be too worried about that. But it's out, and if you're still haven't picked up your book yet, you're interested to find out, then hopefully it's good for you. Or if you're not picking up the book and you want a bit more of our take on it, or even if you've got the book and want to compare and contrast takes, then hopefully it's been good for you. And the chat with Neil as well, obviously. Right at the top of the show, we did all the shout outs for supporting the show. I did forget that we have some merch, and the link for that is all in the show notes. So you can go there. We have these links. It would be silly not to promote them. I'm not going to be putting it at the top of the show all the time. It's not going to carry on going forwards, but I hope you understand why we do that. Of course, one of the best ways to support the show is just say you like it, tell friends and what have you. That, and actually to contact us, and if you're sitting at home thinking, I really would like them to talk about this, or they got this wrong, or here's a question. In fact, we had a question for this episode and we forgot to ask it, so we're going to have to remember to get Howard to ask us that one again, and maybe we'll do a mailbag episode soon. We can do a few questions. So, send them in to greg@theimperialtruth.com, write them on the Facebook page, search for The Imperial Truth, or you can Twitter @ChildofFang. I'm on Blue Sky. I'm on Threads as well, and Instagram, all @ChildofFang. Twitter, obviously, Imperial_Truth as well. So you can get to me through any of those. Notifications generally come up for all of them. So I'm not on all of them very often, but I will get notifications. So feel free to contact us. Any questions, any topics, any queries, any corrections, whatever you feel you need to talk to us about. As I said at the start, I'm at UK Games Expo coming in a couple of weeks. So if you're up there and see me, then feel free to say hi. Hopefully I'll see some of you guys as well. It's going to be good to catch up with people. If anyone knows a good place to watch the European Cup final within a very short journey of the venue, because I didn't realise how early in the evening it was going to be on, and I definitely need to do that. So that might cut my expo a little bit short, but it's going to be a busy, good day, fingers crossed. I'm not sure what else I've got. Oh, if you listen through Spotify, or you like to use Spotify to listen to the show, we had a shed load of episodes deleted. I had so many emails from Spotify that I basically couldn't do anything. Essentially, the royalty-free music we now use was flagged. Someone flagged it up as owning to them when it's through the king of royalty-free music, Kevin MacLeod. And I would have to have answered every single individual episode's email to have kept them. And it was at a time when I wasn't 100% sure what was going on with that, and I was busy doing stuff, so that all slid. Whether they can come back or not, I might be able to do that. You can find the show, through our Libsyn link anyway, and you can find it the other places. But yeah, if you are an episode or two behind, you might have to look somewhere else for that at the moment. I have recorded a little bit just after the music to cover this eventuality going forwards, which I probably should have been doing beforehand, but you know what it's like with a hobby podcast. So we've got a little Creative Commons license blurb at the end, which hopefully should cover it, and information is going to go on the website and things like that. I know I don't really use the website; it's kind of a placeholder. But so yeah, if you are like, oh, where did those episodes go? Then apologies, and I will have to do the same probably for the notes for YouTube and things like that as well before someone tries to take them down and claim music that isn't theirs. But hey, anyway. I think that's probably it. I'm trying to think of anything going up. Or as I sit here on a Sunday evening, it looks like we've got the Falchion, I think, and the new Spartan on pre-order on Saturday. So if you're thinking about getting one of them and you do want to support the show, then my last plug for using Element Games and our code for that. It's good to have the Falchion out, as we talked about. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more going forwards. But who knows? I'll be when I'm at UK Games Expo, I'll be trying to tap up a few people and talk about a couple of things there. But we shall have to see what can come of that. But anyway, I think I'll leave it there and try and get this edited out tonight. We shall see how successful I am. But until next time, you have been listening to The Imperial Truth. All the music in this episode is created by Kevin MacLeod. Truth of Legend, Mechanolith, 5 Armies, Curse of the Scarab, Hero Theme, and Dark Star can all be found at incompetech.com and licensed under the Creative Commons Attribution 4.0 license. More information can be found on this by visiting theimperialtruth.com.